talk to Lex Fridman.
A conversation with Ye, the legendary artist, producer, and designer formerly known as Kanye West, on this, the Lex Fridman podcast.
Based off of our connection and just you being a friend, I need to show you my 2 tech companies and get you.
Bro, it's literally, look at this, bro. Look at this. The Holocaust. It starts at the 25th minute and goes on for 1 hour and 14. What the fuck are they going to talk about? Fashion, U.S. election, humor, media, and anti-Semitism, trusting people, accountability, legacy, advice for young people, regret. Holy fuck, he talked about the Holocaust for an hour. There is no shot that is productive.
Your perspective on it. Because now I have friends that can give a perspective. Like when I would work on albums, I had other friends that worked on albums and they would give me their perspectives on it.
You want to do this?
We are doing it. This is part of it.
This is part of it?
Absolutely.
All right, beautiful.
Oh, well, I wanted to finish. The thing is, okay, you're going to ask me different questions, but I'm about growing and building and bringing the idea to life. So when I see you, I say, oh, this guy understands how to hire engineers. Where I'm coming from Hollywood, coming from press, coming from media, all of the guys, that so many of the guys that have been like voices and faces and talking heads, whatever, have not understood how to engineer product. And that's the reason why I was able to jump past everyone in the entertainment field and become, whatever the net worth is, 11 billion. I'm going to stop putting the whole black thing on my worth. Like, let's just see where I am on the scale of life, because that's a cop out for me to say richest black guy of all time, because that's feeding into the same, trauma economy that Black Lives Matter feeds into. That's why I love and respect engineers. That's the only thing that we really need to teach in school is engineering. We don't.
Bro, you're a musician. You literally work with creative people every day. What the fuck are you saying? This is exactly like Steven Crowder, a drama student, constantly promoting STEM Lord shit and saying, people are getting gay-ass art degrees in school. You're fucking Steven Crowder! And you are Kanye West!
We don't need to teach history. We don't need to teach anything that is subjective. It needs to only be engineering taught in school, and everything else needs to be recess. Nothing that at all, any forced subjective information is just to weaken and indoctrinate our species. And that's what schools do now.
As an engineer, I love hearing you say that, but to push back, history is not, the interpretation of history might be subjective, but history has some facts, and they're useful to give a grounding to the way you do engineering.
I don't 100% believe in anything, any concept of the future or any concept of history, because history was just written by the victors.
Yeah, that's
so
right.
If I see,
while true, that is a moment. Now that we know they talked about the Holocaust for an hour.
Stuff happened on the day that later that day is reported wrong. So how wrong is something reported 1,000 years ago? And why would we argue about something that's not in the now?
Bro, for those of you who are saying like, oh, that's true though. It is true. Yeah, I know. Haven't you learned anything from conspiracy theorists at this point? Dummies. They always say one fucking true thing, and then they use that as an anchor to say a fuckload of insane shit. Me saying to that is because I know while that statement in and of itself is true, history is written by the victors, okay? I do worry that it will turn into, you're wrong though. Okay, take a second off.
Because that's the only thing that everyone can agree upon is that it is now, right now.
Yeah, well, you try not to make the mistakes of the past. That's the usefulness of history, the limited usefulness of history.
The biggest mistake from the past that we keep making is looking at the past.
Too much. Giving too much value to the past.
Too much value to the past. We are now. We are now. We are here. We are one species. We're one race. We're here, and it's time. And the leadership is changing because you have Elon as a leader, Ye as a leader, and we're the top leaders. We're more influential than the presidents.
So you're a human being with engineering challenges before you, with a STEM player, with Parlor. What's the hardest thing in front of you on the engineering front?
That's the first sentence that any of our species needs to hear when they're born. You are a human being with engineering challenges, and I consider challenges to be opportunities in front of you.
Yeah.
Literally, like, let me see a piece of paper. I need to write that down. That's the beginning
That's a good line.
of our new species constitution. I'm gonna do the paper like
He's
this
writing
wide,
manifestos,
put it in
bro.
widescreen. This for Ridley. You.
Bro, this is hilarious. Oh my God. All the STEM lords are going to love this shit. Not you guys, obviously. All you fucking STEM weirdos in the chat are obviously ones who have been introduced to the humanities not by another like STEM lord who doesn't understand this concept at all, but someone like myself. But like, I know for a fact, some of you motherfuckers in comp sci, you have friends that are Jordan Peterson fans. You have friends that are Lex Fridman fans. You're going to watch the interview and go, oh my God, I love Ye.
You are a being with engineering potential in human existence.
It's a good line.
Because who would you say is the top? It's top writer in human existence. We know who it is.
That's subjective. Who's that?
It's factual though.
Who's that?
It's like, who's the top person in tech history? It's not subjective.
Wow.
There's a non-subjective answer to both of those. Both of those people have influenced 30% of our existence.
So the influence is the main metric of greatness.
Okay, one person,
Yeah.
30% of our language the English language was written by them. The other person, 30% of the products we use was led by them. So
30% of our language is written by Shakespeare.
Okay, Shakespeare, fine. What the fuck is he gonna say?
And then the product.
Look.
No shot! No, he's not gonna say Steve Jobs, bro. Stop. This motherfucker did not put Steve Jobs next to Shakespeare, bro. Oh my. Oh, stop. And no, Shakespeare did not invent 30% of our spoken language, obviously. But, he was influential. Also, but if you're looking at influence, Genghis Khan. Also, that metric is so silly because then you could put Hitler on that list. You know what I mean? If, like, all you're looking at is, like, world-changing human beings, then anyone that's ever had an epic rap battle of history written about them is going to be on that list, good or bad.
Steve Jobs.
Yeah.
You put Steve above, like, Elon's of the world? Because Steve is a designer, he's a designer and engineer, but he's a designer. He's a visionary in the design space.
Well, I would lean to him because I'm not an engineer, right? So I'm more like.
Then you're an engineer.
Okay, first of all, this man correctly calling out Steve Jobs being unfairly brought up here is hilarious because he follows it by saying the Elons of the world. Oh, fuck, I didn't realize Elon Musk had been the main inventor of all of the products that he is known for, including but not limited to Tesla. No shot, dude. Elon Musk and Steve Jobs are closer to one another than you would think. They're just marketers. And I would say Steve Jobs is better at marketing than Elon was. For sure. And, you know, Elon is more so interested in marketing himself for some fucking weird reason.
If Steve is an engineer, you're an engineer, essentially.
He's a cultural engineer. Like the people who run the emotions of the world and run the world off of people's emotions right now are social engineers. And social engineering is so important, like city design. There's a fancier word for that. But I was in Oxnard last night to see Anthony Jeselnik.
Mm-hmm.
And I gotta find out what his opening joke was, because I'm doing interviews and I'm thinking I'm funny. And I like that he just kept on saying 20-year anniversary. I've been doing this for 20 years.
Mm-hmm.
And his opening joke was so high level, I realized that I wasn't funny. I realized that this dude is a professional.
That's crazy. Not as crazy as spending $5 to tell me I am now spending money to ask you to stop watching Kanye, please, man. That's pretty laughable. Like, minus $5. Congratulations, you played yourself. Okay? You should have used that wisely on the fucking subscription at the top of the hour, especially, so you no longer see the ads that I'm about to serve you. Because at the top of the hour, there's a 6-second ad break, which if you no longer want to see those ads, by the way, all you need to do is subscribe. Foolish. Which, of course, you can subscribe for $5 or for free. If you don't have $5, then you can subscribe for free with a Twitch Prime. By connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, you get one free Prime subscription a month. Okay? There is that. Johnny Thunder Bunny gave me $50 just to say weed. Arc to Freedom, thank you for the 5 tier 1 gifted subs. Bro, if you're going to drop 50 buckaroos, then drop it in the form of 10 gifted subs. So you allow people no longer to see the ads. Dumb. But thank you. Thank you for the $50. The Jin, thank you for the 10 tier 1 gifted subs. Here's a 1 minute ad break now, by the way. My man said weed. Bree Berry, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Hot Crab Cakes, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Demonic Face, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. You can't write messages and gifted subs. How will they satiate their narcissistic urge? That's true. Radish 1991. 1991. Tiger Tarek. And Hassan's 350Z. I love that name. Thank you for the 10. All right, let's continue.
At what he does. And so many things are subjective. I always talk about this. It's like, you know, people are arguing like, is Emily Ratajkowski the hottest, you know, person? And I'm like, that's such a subjective thing. But like, if you go.
Yeah, except like you do say that about Kim Kardashian. Woke Bile Demon. Thank you for the 5 gifted.
Oh, and shoot 3-pointers with Steph Curry, it's not subjective, right? Or if you go and compare bank accounts with Elon, it's not subjective. And another thing that's not subjective, porn.
What about
what?
Dick size. It's not subjective. You can measure.
What? Ah! What? Bro, why are you going there? You say, you know what's not subjective? Pete's Davidson. 10 inches, man. It's thick too. I heard it's girthy. What the fuck's that about? I got penis on the mind, dude.
pleasure.
But porn is more about more than just dick size, and greatness is more than the size of the bank account, right? So there's a
But
subjective
greatness
element,
is subjective, though.
right? So do you care about the stuff that's objective or subjective more? Because greatness to me is what matters. The bank account comes and goes. The impact on our society, like you said, social engineering, the impact on the collective intelligence of our species, that what permeates throughout the rest of the time.
I like what you said. The impact. I'm taking notes. How did
Love
you? What did you
this.
say? The
On the
impact of
collective intelligence of our species.
impact on.
Lex loves this because as a pseudo intellectual, he loves when motherfuckers dumber than he is act like he is literally the most brilliant person on the planet. You know what I mean? This is like probably his favorite. This is probably his favorite interview. One, because he's a super famous person, obviously, and he's going to get a lot of clout off this, which, you know, respect. Game recognizes game. Okay, I will mention that. I'm sorry, I'm gonna hit you with a says you. Wait, what? No, that's that. I admit that. Also, there's a difference between me and like a lot of these guys. A lot of like the neo-intellectual dark web people often present themselves as infinitely more intelligent than they actually are. I regularly say I'm a fucking idiot. Okay? Like regularly and routinely, I mention that I am a dumbass. Okay? I'm a dumb person. I'm not smart. Like, I don't give a shit. I'm dumb. These guys never would say something like that. They literally routinely fucking talk about how intelligent they are when they're actually not that intelligent. Samuke, thank you for the 5 get the subs.
The collective intelligence.
When Ye is writing down the words that came out of my dumb mouth, I have made it in life.
Damn, he actually just called himself dumb. Not pre-watched. There you go.
There's a lot of people
I was
that
wrong.
are kind of like
Immediately
sat
rolled.
through. I wanted to wear
I'm rolled. He rolled me.
a different color hoodie because I was just tired of seeing this hoodie in all the interviews. And there's a lot of kids that are with me. They see what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And they had to sit through all of the muck of all the previous interviews to get to this. Every interview has been just an emotional, it's just like been an argument up to this point. This is the first of, this is the next frontier of where our species is going to head. It starts here. It starts with you, Lex.
So this is the first time I heard you say the word engineering at least so many times, which I love hearing. So this is where you're at. You're like that newborn. You're a being with engineering opportunities.
Yeah. And we're all a newborn, because in Christianity we say born again. We're all newborns, and everyone can, everyone shall, I don't like the word can, shall.
The engineering talk coming from someone who is in the artistic world, like Kanye West, who like routinely works with, designers, artists, fashion students, shit like that, is pretty funny because once again, there are two different yays. Okay, the one yay is like conservative, red conservative agitprop, wanted to believe it. Okay, and regularly is like claiming that it's regularly is claiming conservative values, okay? Like the typical shit, that people say like, oh man, we need the STEM field to be way more important than it actually is. Okay? He sounds like an art major that fell into NFTs and crypto over COVID, and now he's preaching the tech. Yeah, exactly. But then also on the other side, like, he's working with people that are in the arts.
The only thing about Shell is like it kind of dictates and can kind of lets people off the hook.
Mhm.
So I haven't found the perfect post Shakespeare and post Steve Jobs and post Elon and post Ye and post Drake way to communicate this. Um, but we update and we do. And what the current media structure, no, it's not actually nothing that's holding us. There's nothing actually holding us back because I'm still alive. I'm still alive.
I just want to point something here, by the way, because people are going to be confused by what I said about STEM. Of course, I'm pro STEM. Okay, obviously, one of the people I love the most on this planet is a fucking STEM lord of the worst kind. Okay, I have no issue with that, but I'm not anti-humanities. I'm not anti-arts. A lot of people do not understand that. These people are not pro STEM. They're anti-humanities and they're anti-art. That's the issue. Okay? Half the reason why I can deal with all of you annoying STEM lords in the chat is because of my 31 years, well, 29 years of experience dealing with exactly chatters like you in my immediate vicinity in the form of my dumbass brother. Okay? Like, I grew up with a dude who literally says he doesn't need to read or write well because he's an engineer. He was doing this in like 8th grade, okay? He's like, yeah, whatever, dude. It doesn't matter.
Alive. Like they could have killed me at, George Bush don't care about black people. They could have killed me at Beyonce had the best video, but we're here now. So we just keep on leaning and leaning and leaning. And there's these things where I just think about, there'll be times when I'm at war and every now and then when the bombs stop going off and all the headlines and the smearing and all that stuff going off, I think about my family and I'll think about Kim and I'll think about how, King Koopa has her in the castle right now and just on Mario Brothers, you know how it is. Just
Mhm.
go for the princess and you get to this level and it's like, "Dur, dur, dur, dur." I'm like, I
Yeah.
sung the song wrong, right? And then they take the princess again.
Which one are you, Mario?
Yeah.
What's your favorite thing, the thing you love the most about Kim from a Mario perspective and the princess? Looking back, was there a moment?
She's definitely my favorite of all time.
Yeah. Was there a moment that, like that catches you off guard and you say, I love this human being?
Yeah, bro. She's in another castle, dog. Not gonna lie. Oh, man. And some Luigi looking motherfucker is piping her, too. Not even Wario, who's a thick boy. Not even maybe Waluigi, actually. I guess Pete Davidson would be Waluigi in the situation.
Yeah. I mean, it's just the DNA is like she's a mix of Rob and Chris.
Can you explain?
I mean, that's like a really high pool right there. Those are like two geniuses.
So okay, so like the entire of history of evolution of the human species created this DNA that created this being. There's a life there. There's a set of memories in the history that brought you together, and you're like, damn, I like this DNA.
Yeah. It's certain people have just like high DNA. Ivanka Trump has high DNA. It's like
How's your DNA? Pretty good.
I think we've seen that. It's been proven. I mean, but look at my mom and look at my dad. Me and my dad have a water purification center in the DR right now. And my dad is the original Steve Jobs, and he was blocked by people around him, and people were using him and taking advantage and, not believing in his vision. My dad's the educated version of Ye.
What'd you learn about life from your dad?
And my dad got girls too.
But those are small details.
That's a big detail, being
it?
that I found my dad's,
What?
Playboy when I was 5 years old. It greatly affected my motivation.
Yeah. Okay, so that's part of the engine that drives Ye.
Absolutely. I remember when Pharrell was first in all the videos, and my girl was like, girls like Pharrell. And I was like, I want girls to like me too.
Funny that that's behind all the ambition, all the drive.
That's how we make people. That's how people are made.
It's the desire to be loved. Is that at the individual level, just being noticed, and also at the societal level scale?
Well, now I've gone past. I'm like at that place where Nikola Tesla was later into his career, where it wasn't about being loved. It wasn't about sitting at the dinner parties next to Anna Wintour and stuff. It was about getting the idea across. So I have these cells that are very, and I just keep on saying Ridley Scott, but Ridley Scott has a special anointing. It isn't just sci-fi what he's doing. There's something in there, just like George Lucas. There's something different that's there. So
What are you drawing?
I'm drawing these new living cells that we will exist in. And this is over, okay, let's do like, I don't like talking about money.
Dude, he's like he's just so self-involved. Like he's just so self-involved. He thinks he can make like crayon drawings and shit, and then people will be like, dude, that's brilliant.
Because like man-made money anyway is like 4 quadrillion respected dollars, and then you have other forms of currency. Of course, social currency is super important right now, but this is a drawing, and it's
Self-absorbed, yes.
in a pretty good place now. This will be 40,000 square feet. I want to start just talking in meters. I just think we should go to anything to restore the Tower of Basel, like they said when the I'm just draw a person here for scale.
Yeah, that would help.
Okay. What do you think?
What? Why didn't he just say we need to switch to the metric system, which is correct? A weird thought to have in that moment, but certainly the correct one to have. But then he says Tower of Basel. I think he means Babel.
Look at that. Look at my person. See the scale in this room? All right. So
Fahrenheit is not better, dude. What the fuck? It makes no sense. Fahrenheit is not better. Centigrade is better. Come on, dude. It's just so stupid. Like, with Fahrenheit, 32 degrees is 0. Like, that makes no sense. Fahrenheit is so fucking stupid. It's so fucking stupid, dude. Like, the freezing point is 32. What does that
Wait,
even
the dot
mean?
is the person.
Makes no sense. Make it 0. Metric is better for everything except temperature. Why? Fahrenheit is scaled to people. Celsius is scaled to water. I am not water. No, fuck that.
Yeah. I'm saying it's 40,000 square feet. But that would be like
What
the
are the
counter.
other parts of the cell?
Okay, so what it's
0 Fahrenheit is frozen brine. 100 Fahrenheit is supposed to be the human body temperature. No, doesn't matter. Motherfuckers be like, I'm a human, not water, and be 70% water. You know what I mean? It's like, dude, what are you talking about? Anyway, let's continue.
It's a screen. It doesn't go all the way to the top, and it's one hole for light, but the water and the light and air all come in from the top. So that's like the mouth. And then this is the belly button. We're God's iPhone. We're his greatest creation.
So this is all connected? These are all connected?
Yes, I'm drawing how these other cells go next to each other.
What's the vision here?
Happiness. Then we talk about like what's the motivation? Like, yeah, there's a motivation somewhere in the back of my mind of my family. And if it's like where Moses smite the rock and God didn't allow him to get to the promised land, because the promised land is family. That is the promise. That is earth. I mean, that is heaven on earth is family. Family is heaven. That's the promised land. And for your family to be together. So say I smite the rock and God doesn't let me have my family back. My mission in life is still to promote families at all costs and make families' existence easier. So you take this thing, you put a localized farm, say if it's in a community, that we do localized growing, and then we partner with Big Pharma and say, hey, you're actually going to make more money by making better food. Because at the end of the day, you want money right now. It's like everyone knows that between the pesticides and between the medical industry, and especially America, that we're keeping people sick. And we know that McDonald's makes food that kills people, and, Coca-Cola selling, sugar water and all this. Like, just in case I haven't pissed off enough people in power.
Yeah.
Okay, so
You're going to piss off the sugar, anybody that's powered on sugar.
Sugar, well, Sugar, What's the Health was actually a documentary on sugar. It wasn't about how bad meat was. It was like a reverse documentary on sugar. I don't know if you call it a reverse, like a sub, but if you watch it again, when they show sugar in it, it's just the sugar looks super clean.
Yeah, just
So
like,
as I state these things, I know I have protection. If I have God's protection, that's why I'm here to this date, right? So it's for me to have this platform and
Why is Lex not saying, what the fuck are you saying, dude? Because it's Kanye West, bro. Or sorry, Ye. Okay? Ye. And Lex Fridman's job isn't to be like, dude, you are out of your fucking mind. His job is to be like, please continue rambling. There are going to be so many fucking clips that come out of this, okay?
express exactly what I feel, because it's kids out there, right? That it's kids that are going to save the world through engineering and through facts. And I've got to download as much of the information and as much of don't be afraid to state your facts is the biggest thing, because the world is being ran by fear. And that is, no, actually God runs the world, but there's just like little cloud, this patina of our ego that deals with the money and the car and the girl we're dating and all this in the clothes we wear and spending too much on clothes and a lot of stuff that I've been involved with promoting. So now what I'm promoting is you have the idea, you say it out loud, like if you had Tourette's, say your truth out loud. If you hate you hate me, say that out loud. Say whatever you feel out loud. Like you say it non-violently, non-violent. I have to say that like as, as a shout out to Alex Jones. and Trump, where they try to say that when they say their truths out loud, that it's inciting violence. So let's be like really clear. I'm saying that
What?
they have
What?
criminalized free thought. I hate when people use they, like they gets the
What? Yo, he's hitting all the high notes.
blame for everything, right? It's
Yeah.
always they.
Yeah.
Oh, who the fuck is they? Exactly.
Problem is they is us.
Yeah. Well, I love that. What we need to do is turn I to we. So we take the responsibility and turn they to us.
I mean, he says they all the time when referencing, entire swaths of the population regularly. And some of the theys are actually, when he's talking about they controlling the media. So it's weird for him to be like, man, who the fuck is they? When he's doing the they all the time.
So we take accountability to us. I to we, and they to us. And that relates, it's a language at the same time. You're seeing the language of our surroundings. You're seeing the language of, one of the things, okay, let's go back to the cell explanation, because I'm also doing what's that thing when Elon just put all the information in the open and people could figure out if they could figure it out, and open source?
Yeah, open source.
So I'm open sourcing this idea right now so that, engineers and anointed people, anointed beings can collectively contribute to this to push our species forward. So where I've got to with my research is that there will be a hole at the top that allows natural light, natural air, and there's a constant water system. So it becomes like a water city where it's a constant flow. It's regenerative. It's not wasting the water, and it's just a constant flow. So I put the toilet really close to where this I don't want to call it a wave pool, but in the pool, the water is not still.
So that exists in water. Surrounded by water.
Well, the living room is you have two rooms. You have the dry room, which people would call the living room before.
Bro, if you're going to go full Jim Jones, you got to build a cool compound.
And then you have the wet room.
How is that a source of happiness? What is broken about our world today that gives you in terms of the pursuit of happiness, which is one of the things
all of our buildings,
in the previous Declaration of Independence.
All of our buildings are.
I'm not gonna lie, even Lex Fridman's like, look at his face while he's having this conversation. He's like, okay, all right, like these are cool drawings, yay.
Which is one of the things.
All of our buildings
in the previous Declaration of.
He's like, okay.
All of our buildings are based on just the industry and the economy. And then people lean into what people are used to seeing, like what we think is attractive, because then you go back to the, women who give life. So everyone wants to be attractive to the attractive. And that's the reason why the media goes and gets, Bella Hadid, Kim Kardashian, Emily Ratajkowski. Those are the only ones I'm gonna.
There's more.
There's more, but I'm thinking of the ones that I think are attractive.
Yeah, it is subjective.
Yeah, because it's subjective. So to my subjective, which I think the only guys that could argue with me.
Bro, you just found out Kanye West is horny. He said he wants to fuck Kamala Harris, dude. In a prior podcast, he openly stated his interest in having sexual intercourse with Kamala Harris, a level of horny that even I have not reached. Okay? That is like, I mean, that's like beyond.
On my opinion on girls would be Brad and Leo, because we're the only ones with the track record, you know. Everything else, so for everybody else, it's subjective. We've got history. So
Are you happy?
absolutely, I'm just here. It's actually, it's difficult to make me unhappy. Now I can deal with frustrations, but when those frustrations are, it's like when you've allowed people to be in your life that shouldn't be there, and then they do the thing you knew they were going to do, and you're screaming at them, but you really need to scream at yourself.
Happiness. Dude, how are they going to go from happiness to the Holocaust, by the way? This is wild, dude. Look at this. There's like a brief 1 minute intermission between happiness and the Holocaust, which takes up an hour. Oh God, my heart's not going to be able to handle this.
Yeah, so you realize anything that's like anger or frustration, that's something that's wrong with you that needs to be dealt with.
Yes. Like right now, okay, say I got this pattern cutter that I wanted to remove because I felt like she was copying our patterns into the computer. And I didn't know why she wanted to do that. And I just wanted to do the patterns by hand. And then,
You mean like automating the patterns? Is that what you
yeah.
mean?
And my head of it, because that's the whole thing. It's like, it's a war of human beings and robots. It's
Yeah,
like,
but that makes it more efficient, right? You don't like the efficiency. You like the creativity of the singular nature of the pattern.
I believe that the human beings, and I'm saying this to you as a person who makes robots and a person who's friends
Yeah,
with
I'm
Elon
deeply
that makes
offended right
robots.
now,
Yeah.
but I'll let it go. It's
Okay.
good.
So yeah, I believe that
Yay hates robots. I'm not gonna put that out there. It's a joke.
robots have feelings too.
Yeah, that's right.
That was also a joke.
We need to clarify that for future robots. But the pattern cutter, you don't like that. That had to be that. That's you can't have that part of your life.
That's not what my everything that I'm doing is for the sake of the human race. There's things in capitalism, there's things in technology. Well, technology and original human species can exist in a peaceful way, as long as the people that know how to make robots aren't using their robots to control the humans. Lex?
It definitely is something you have to be concerned
He's like, come on, Lex, tell me what's going on. How are we getting to the Holocaust? Oh my God. Oh my God.
about as we become more technologically savvy. That, my friend, is why engineering isn't everything. That you have to desperately study the lessons of history. In Nazi Germany, science was used to create atrocities. Engineering, the same. Engineering could be a tool of war.
We're still in the Holocaust. A Jewish friend of mine said,
What?
come go visit the Holocaust Museum. And my response was, let's visit our Holocaust Museum, Planned Parenthood.
Oh my God. Okay. Well, I don't think Lex Fridman will allow this to happen. For the record, I think like no matter how much, like, look, he's a podcaster first. Okay. He's a podcaster first, human being second. But there are certain things that I assume he is not going to allow to happen. I don't think I think he's going to push back on this.
With all due respect, I grew up in the Soviet Union. I'm Jewish. Parts of my
I can't. Oh God, just center right people don't talk about the Holocaust without, without fucking tying it back to the Soviet Union and how bad, communism is. Challenge, impossible, difficulty. But let's continue.
Family perished in the Holocaust of Nazi Germany. I have to push back that there is a difference of the atrocities at that scale, at that time.
Yeah, he's like, hold up. You're Jewish? No, I'm kidding. I don't think
On an
he's-
entire people.
I was going to say the number. That's the difference.
It's not the number.
Because 6 million, well, also African Americans are actually Jew also, the lost tribe of
I can
Israel.
push back on that too.
Okay, so well,
There you go. See, I fucking told you. There's no shot. He's too much of a fucking MIT guy to like literally. Okay. This is the difference between someone like him and someone like Candace Owens, who's like more invested in the right wing ideological project. Maybe not personally, but at least like her entire money is tied to it, right? Candace Owens' money is tied to being a loyal soldier to the right-wing ideological project. I would even say that for Ben. But even Ben Shapiro would not let a lot of this get through, ultimately. Lex, on the other hand, is not as overtly or as far right as any of these other guys are. He is supposed to maintain this, center right, but definitely like his portrayal of himself is like, I'm a centrist type perspective. He's too MIT to just like let this shit slide.
everyone came from Africa.
I'm African. I'm basically African American. We're brothers.
And we're both Jew, and we're brothers. So
We're human.
6 million people died in the Holocaust, over 20 million.
Okay, so he's trying to push away by being like, we're both brothers. When he says we're both Jew, he's like, well, I'm going to push back on that, but we're both brothers.
Have died by the hands of abortion. And the media promotes the my body, my choice, which is actually still a promotion for Planned Parenthood. 50% of Black deaths a year is actually abortion. It's not the cop with the knee. It's not Black on Black violence and gang violence. It's not heart attacks. It's actually abortion. The most dangerous place for a Black person in America is in their mother's stomach.
There's 900 to 1 million abortions in the United States a year. I hear you. But there's something about the rape, the torture, the murder of children, women, men, the complete humiliation and just the suffering that was endured during World War II.
That's what we deal with on our TVs right now with Black people. Soros would use Black trauma economy to win an election. And what I love is having a healthy conversation. And as opposed to, there's certain things, boom, this drops, people going to have pussy hats on. Boom, this drops, it's going to be, Black people and white people with signs. Boom, this drops. So, hey, China, hey, left agenda, hey, what we're going to do is say that our species can have a healthy conversation. Can
I just linger on this? Because when you say Jewish media, there's a echo of a pain that people feel that reminds
you're saying it's redundant, right?
No.
No, man. He's not saying that. What the fuck did he think was going to happen? Oh, no. Dude, he's like, okay, what the fuck? What did Lex Fridman think was going to happen in this conversation? He said, you think it's a redundancy.
No, I'm not saying it's redundant. I'm saying
it's redundant.
You're saying it's redundant.
It's a redundant
I'm saying
statement.
it's something I'm saying that it's something that Joseph Goebbels, the propaganda minister of Nazi Germany, said. I'm saying it's been said so many times in order to murder and torture.
I don't know. I think like Kanye was geared into thinking that like maybe by Elon or something that like this was going to be like a very positive interview or something. Okay. And I think that like he's just not aware I think like he's still at this stage unaware that Lex Fridman is pushing back on what he is saying. This is the first time that I think Kanye West is having like a genuinely contentious conversation. Like this is like genuine pushback, more than even what Pierce Morgan was doing.
Sure, Jewish people, that it just rings wrong.
And that's the
just
thing.
like the N word when spoken by people that have the same skin color as me. It reminds people of a very dark time.
I know. If Jewish people would accept that I'm Jew, then they would see what I'm saying in a different way. They would hear it in a different way.
But see, the people, you saying you're Jewish, that...
No, I'm Jew, not Jewish. Jewish means like that of a Jew. I'm saying I'm Jew.
You're a Jew.
Blood of Christ.
That
Orthodox
comes from,
Christian.
Right. But are you a follower of the philosophy of the Black Hebrew Israelites? Because that's where the idea comes from. Not all of those folks are extremists, but some are extremists.
I'm a follower of the idea. I have a vague idea that all people came from Africa. But what I wanted to do... Now, okay.
What?
Now, I could Andy Kaufman this about 7 more minutes and then tell you what it is, what the whole point is.
Let's count 7 minutes.
No,
do less.
I did this to do a spoiler alert.
Sure, spoiler.
What's the first thing I said at the beginning?
We're talking about engineering and humans. We're all human.
I said, and then what did I say we shouldn't focus on?
Race.
Not just that. I said they shouldn't teach this in school.
History.
The history, because what they do...
Oh, no. Remember when I spoiler alerted and said, oh, no, when he said history was written by the victors? And then there's an hour-long conversation about the Holocaust? Last week, when we watched one of the interviews, the first time we went into Drink Champs, I said, the one part that Kanye has not tied yet, the one note that he has not hit yet is Holocaust denial, which he's like teetered on by, making references to it and only like kind of hand waving it away and be like, the real Holocaust is still happening and it's happening to like black babies inside of mothers' wombs or whatever. Which is like, pretty bad. Uh-oh.
What schools are doing is exactly what the CIA does with Pixar films and Disney films. They make Bambi's mom die in the beginning, right? And off that pain comes a purchase of ice cream. Off that pain comes, I need some more toys. Off that pain comes, I need a bigger house. Off that pain comes, I need more girls than my wife. Off that pain comes, so they put that pain in to make us, now we're the orphans of capitalism, to make us be consumers. And we need to be a community, not just consumers. So I could have went another 7 minutes by being a person who presents himself in a way that says, well, I don't have to feel your pain because I also have pain too that's not being recognized. And in every interview, when I say, well, why did I get to the point of putting up the tweet? No one wants to understand why I got to that point, right?
You had pain.
Yeah, but no one...
pain in your heart.
But let's say this. Undoubtedly, Jewish people have a lot of movies about that pain, and Black people have a lot of movies about the pain of slavery, right? It's almost impossible to find a movie about Mansa Musa. When you go to the African History Museum in Washington, D.C., it doesn't start with the idea of Africans being kings. It starts with the idea of Africans being slaves. But here's another...
Okay, this part is actually not wrong, even though what he's about, like the point that I assume he's going to launch off of is going to be weird. Look, no. Chat is way too fucking Caucasian to understand the point that he's trying to make here as it pertains to like Black works of art. Like part of it is, and I myself am very Caucasian as well, obviously. But part of what he's trying to say here is that, and I think it's pretty obvious. Like, there's a reason why Black Panther was seen as a massive success, and it had like a pretty solid cultural impact on people, even though it was a Marvel movie, right? There are rarely ever like Black stories that focus on Black success in general. Even if it focuses on Black success, it's not exclusive to Black success in a Black way. It's always Black people succeeding in a white world. So his take about Mansa Musa is not wrong. I think. I'm trying to be as charitable as possible to what he's trying to say, which, by the way, he will inevitably ruin, and also, somehow tie back to fucking Jewish people or something. But yeah.
Another interesting point about this was said to me one time and it stuck with me as a family member of mine. With Africans, how many times you've heard like a rapper, talk about we were kings? That's incorrect if we're Jew. If we're Jew, and since we weren't the kings. We were the slaves that Moses freed. Africans have always said, you've listened to rap music and hear Black people say, we kings, we blood of the.
Bro, what the fuck? Okay. Like he just shot across at like Black Israelites and Hoteps. He countered it, but then also, dude, his brain is so strange, dude. The things that he says, like, as Felix Biederman also correctly pointed out last week, he was like, he is somehow arrived at an anti-Black form of like Black Israelite theory, a theory that revolves around Black supremacy. Okay? Which is odd because he's like, it just doesn't make any sense. What he's saying I feel like I'm losing my mind a little bit trying to comprehend what he's trying to say.
Pharaohs. And if we are Jew, then we weren't. We were the people that Moses freed. And when we talk about, have you heard Black people talk about 400 years of slavery? Mm-hmm. All right. That is and we're having this history lesson, right?
I thought history doesn't matter. You're exploring ancient history and drawing deep wisdom from it. And at the same time saying we need to forget all of it. We need to put that behind us.
Absolutely. We need to forget it and we need to move forward.
There's so much wisdom to draw from history, even the 20th century. Look at this, communism. Without the lessons of history of the 20th century, communism sounds like a great idea, except that some of the worst atrocities conducted by Stalin and Mao that killed 50, 100 plus million people, not just killed, tortured, starvation, where people, cannibalism, they ate each other, they ate their children. There's just dark people should read some books on this, on the Holocaust in the 1930s.
But I disagree.
With that lesson, we would, and now it's becoming more popular. Marxism and communism.
I'm not disagreeing that happened. I'm disagreeing that we need to harp on the things that happen, because the truth is, I'm giving a fact. 50% today of, let's say you don't call Black people Jew, right? Black people's deaths today is abortion today, right now. Like that, it's not racism. That's too wide of a term. It's
Kanye West is doing Holocaust revisionism by comparing the Holocaust to like abortions, okay? A consensual medical process between a consenting adult who has full bodily autonomy that is being informed by their doctor, okay, providing a medical service to the Holocaust. That is an insane comparison to make. Why the fuck is Lex Fridman being like, bro, you know what's really fucked up about what you're doing with this Holocaust revisionism? Communism and cannibalism that happened under communism, which led to 100 million deaths. What the fuck is happening in this convo? Just stick to what he is saying. He's like, bro, I get you. He's like, listen, I get what you're saying. I hate communism. You should hate communism. I hate it. That's kind of right wing. Come on, dude.
It's genocide and population control that black people are in today in America that is promoted by the music and the media that black people make, that Jewish record labels get paid off of, or media companies. Record labels and media company also, so let's give it a wider.
You know, I agree with Martin Luther King. I have a dream too.
Martin Luther
that one
King
day
was...
you would not be judged by the color of your skin or your race, black or Jew, but by the content of your character. All the assholes that fucked you over in the music industry, fuck artists over in the music industry, are individuals. They're not Jews.
They are Jewish.
It doesn't. They're human with opportunities, and they took those opportunities. I don't care if they're Jewish.
Do you feel like I should release that pain and separate it?
Yes.
Okay, so if you're saying I should release that pain and separate it, then I'm telling you should release your pain and separate it, and we could get to this, the list of how you are a being with engineering opportunities.
That's 100%. I see what you're doing. That's exactly what you're doing. The pain, I'm going to let it go. Engineering challenges, I get it. One of the problems you highlight is people get fucked over in the music industry.
This isn't a real conversation. Neither of these two are actually speaking to each other. You can't convince me these two recognize who they're speaking to. I mean, I think Lex Fridman has conflicting interests in this conversation. On the one hand, he wants to push back on the obvious Holocaust revisionist takes. He wants more clarity on the anti-Semitism, maybe address it, maybe counter it. But on the other hand, he also wants to continue having a 2-hour-long podcast. So those two conflicting thoughts are at odds here, and it seems like the podcast brain side of his brain is forcing him to, engage in the lightest form of pushback he possibly could.
And get fucked over in the media, get fucked over all over the place.
They created, there was a
Oh, by the way, yeah, Megaphonics. The problem with Lex is he's a capitalist talking to a capitalist about what is clearly a problem with capitalists. So instead of bringing up capitalistic opportunity, he's trying to hedge it in some sort of no. It's not that they're Jews, bro. It's such a half-assed and easily dismissible critique. It just plays into Kanye's paranoia. The reality is, you're correct on this. Okay, both Lex and Kanye love capitalism. When you both love capitalism, and Kanye West is saying like, no, it's the bad capitalists that are doing this because they're Jewish, Lex can only counter and say, no, it's not the bad capitalists that are doing this because they're Jewish. It's just individuals, okay? They're just individually choosing to be bad. Some people choose to be bad. Some people choose to be good. Exploitative capitalist practices are conducted by individuals. But the reality is those individuals on their face, if you were to look at them, would not be coming across as bad people. And I don't even think that they are bad people from the same way that we understand it. They're people who are still very much operating within the confines of the system that was presented to all of us as the norm and the best system possible. Okay? like, yes, we regularly do ascribe morality to the effects of capitalism and the people who suffer under the capitalist organization of the economy. But ultimately, if everyone is operating on the same blank slate, and most people are, the overwhelming majority of people are looking at capitalism and saying, no, that's good, actually, they're not operating with outside of the boundaries. Okay? They're not operating outside of the boundaries. They're not doing anything that's like overtly wrong as it pertains to the system. Okay? Which is how you arrive at like weirdo anti-Semitic thoughts about this sort of thing to begin with. There needs to be another motivating principle behind why these guys are being so exploitative. Because it's certainly not capitalism. Yeah, motherfucker, it is capitalism. You get it? It is. The starting point is bad if you look at it. If you think exploitation is bad, then the starting point of capitalism is bad. If you look at the class, if you look at the system from a class perspective of workers who are being exploited across the board by capital owners, then yeah, you're going to think that that's bad. But if you on the one hand think that that's good, and you yourself are a capitalist, you have workers, you're a good boss, you believe that money and wealth is a good thing, it actually shows how good you are as a person when you are successful, then you're going to have to literally point the finger at something else, something that's not tangible, something that is something that you can grasp at.
Jewish trainer that brought me to the hospital and put in press that I went to the hospital. I know friends that off of exhaustion, a Jewish doctor, they diagnosed
Why do you keep saying Jewish?
because they were, right? Diagnosed me with bipolar disorder and shot me with medication and put me on medication, then put it in the press. And every time, even if I wore the wrong color hat that a nigger is not supposed to wear, right? Then they immediately say he's off of his shit, he's off his meds, he's off his rocker, and it's literally used as a scarlet letter control mechanism for the people. Understand the kids, the colleges, the high schools. What do you think they put me right now? They put me as the prophet, not the leader. It doesn't have to be the leader, right? Because
Holy fuck, bro. His mania goes crazy. He's saying the real racism is that a black person can't be Donald Trump supporter, which is wild. And then he's saying that everyone is people are controlling me when I behave in a way that is inconsistent with what black people are supposed to behave, which is what he's claiming is, they have to be Democrat or whatever. Then they blame it on his bipolar. They blame it on his mania. The unfortunate reality in this situation, though, is that if that's not the case, if it's not mania, what he refuses to recognize, I think, is that a lot of his defenders also use mania as a way to try and deflect away. Okay? That's the reason why they say, oh, it's just mania. That's why the larger analysis here is that it's not just bipolar disorder, it's not just his mania, but it's also his own personal belief system that has been rewritten at this point. Okay? His mania might have opened the door up to him believing in, like, as a vulnerable person when he was in a vulnerable mental state where he was looking for any kind of defense, any kind of support he possibly could. I think people took advantage of that and basically rewired him, okay, to believing in these like weird conservative takes, insane conservative takes that go all the way to fucking anti-Semitic conspiracies. I don't think he realizes that that's almost an out for him, though. Like, he's like, oh, no, people blame it on my mania. It's like, yeah, people who defend you also blame it on your mania because they're not upset that you're a black person wearing a red hat. They're upset that you're wearing the red hat. They're upset that you're defending right-wing conspiracies. He cannot comprehend that because he can't see anything that is not immediately in front of him. He is so narcissistic that the only way for him to fucking process information is by how it impacts him personally. He doesn't think about like anti-Semitism as a larger concept. He doesn't think about like defending conspiracy theories or being this like unhinged right-wing psychopath as a concept. He only thinks about it as like, I said these words, which are true because I'm the prophet, and people responded to it in a negative way, and they didn't respond to it in a negative way because the words I said could have ever been like wrong, because everything I say is correct. Okay? They responded for some other reason, and that other reason must be the top of the hour ad break, because at the top of the hour, there's a 60-second ad break. Okay? And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or you can do for free with the Twitch Prime if you want an uninterrupted broadcast experience. That was a 10-10. I geared you up so fucking hard, only to let you fucking fall through that little trap door underneath, okay? Pow! Opened up the trap door. Hey, Diabeto! That's a funny name. Thank you for the 5, get the subs. And Leo Man 1-2, thank you for the 5, get the subs as well. This is an own, I hate you. Yeah, I mean, here, AG Blatt, you are correct. I love how it's unfair that a black person can't be a Trump supporter without being manic, according to Kanye, but a doctor can't be Jewish without being part of a global conspiracy against them. Yeah. Tamana, thank you for the 5, get the subs. Here's the 1 minute ad break now, by the way. Serving it now. Let's continue. The rating system has turned you on the competitive side of your brain and has turned you into a monster. Yeah. I didn't have trust issues until your top of the hour ad breaks. Thanks. You're welcome. I'm teaching you that you shouldn't trust anyone, okay?
We need a more intelligent
Where's the
person
bot?
to be the
452 chatters rated this ad segue an average of 9.06 out of 10. Let's fucking go, dude. Woo! That's a good segue. That was a good segue. Highest of the day. Oh, Jesus. We have to stop discussing his mental issues at this point. Racism is not symptomatic of BPD. This is harming people who are truly going through manic episodes. I have BPD, and I don't go off on some racist shit. No, I understand that. I mention that regularly. But I do think that his vulnerabilities have opened up. His vulnerabilities have certainly allowed people to take advantage of him in a way that, like, in a really fucked up way that he just now personally believes, especially paired up with his like narcissism. It's not BPD, by the way. BPD is borderline personality disorder, usually. And that chatter's talking about bipolar disorder. BPD is borderline personality. Okay. The grifters did what the grifters do, take advantage of the vulnerable. Yeah, but you know, they jumped on someone who has a massive podium to spread these ridiculous conspiracies off of. And now, you know, we're living in the consequences of it.
the leader. But at least, right, they put me as the prophet. They put me as the only person that would say this. And I'm just saying that was 4 Jewish members that controlled my voice, because for the fact that 90% of black people in entertainment, from sports to music to
It's just, I'm sorry, man. It's fucking crazy. It's crazy that he doesn't see that like this is exactly the same as anti-black racism, which he has also experienced in his life. Like when you say, well, like racist people don't just exclusively assume racist thoughts or have racist thoughts for no reason other than, that's just what they learned. They oftentimes will try to rationalize it, like 1350. They try to rationalize over policing black communities with the 1350 cyclical argument. They try to rationalize it by saying, Andrew Tate has even said something like this, where it's like, oh, well, if I've only been attacked by a black person, well, let's say not black, but purple. That's what he said, if you remember that fucking famous video. It's like, if I've only been attacked by black people, if I've only been robbed by black people, then of course I'm going to be afraid of black people. Like that's Andrew Tate's, justification for racist anecdotes, racist points of view, having a racist point of view. Does he not realize that this is the exact same justification? Like, oh, well, it's Jewish people that fuck me over in my immediate life, so I'm just going to keep mentioning that they're Jewish and keep saying that I'm going to go DEFCON 3 on Jewish people. Well, then, yeah, you're doing the same exact thing.
Acting are in some way tied into Jewish business people, meaning that in some way, just like if Ram is sitting next to Obama or Jared sitting next to Trump,
I gotta pee. I'll be back.
A Jewish person right there controlling the country. The Jewish people controlling that who gets the best video or not, controlling what the media says about me.
It's a person, not Jewish. Let me just say one thing.
But they are, though. That's the only thing. It just so happens that they are. It just so happens that they are. That doesn't mean that I hate them.
Yes,
that just means that they are.
But it's a dog whistle. Let me just say, as I would love to add more love to the world, I would love you to do that as a person with a big voice, with a big, powerful voice that a lot of people look up to. And when you say Jewish media, it's funny how this world works that way. When you say Jewish media or Jews are controlling the voice of black artists, black people, black artists, you say that,
am I not allowed to say it out loud?
You can say it. There's a large number of people that are hurting and have anger and even have hate in their heart when they hear Jewish media. That hate starts being directed towards the Jewish people. Do you acknowledge that? Do you understand? Can you feel the hate in the world? That comes to the surface when you say stuff like that.
Okay, I feel that when we go into therapy, my dad was a therapist, and obviously I've got some therapy skills myself. A lot of people, my music is healing.
Oh yeah.
These type of spa-like existences are healing.
That's like identical to Kanye West, identical to Donald Trump, by the way. Like, my uncle was in MIT. I got some of it through osmosis. Yeah. When he said, I got some of it, I thought he was going to say, like, I need some therapy myself, as you can see. He's like, nope. He's like, my dad was a therapist, so, I'm also naturally gifted as a therapist.
Healing. The color palettes I use are healing, and we can use healing words, right? What I really feel I feel that there's no accountability and no responsibility on Jewish people in media to at least start with owning up with the facts of what's dealt with and tell me if I say the facts out loud, to the point of Ari Emanuel writing a letter in the Financial Times trying to take food out of my children's mouth, telling people that they're not allowed to work with me. Even Chris Como or Pierce Morgan getting me to apologize and separate Jewish business people from the families of the Jewish business.
I don't think he realized Pierce Morgan was like kind of doing him a favor a little bit. But he literally was just like trying to get you to do the right thing. And when you failed to do so, when you refused to do so, he was trying to make it seem like you were actually doing the right thing when you weren't. Did this fucking billionaire really just say taking food out of my children's mouth? Yeah. Also, the wildest part about it is that, like, none of this would have happened if he just didn't say Jewish businessmen and kept going at it. Because the truth of the matter is, it is businessmen. Okay? It's not Jewish businessmen. It's just businessmen. That is what capitalists do. And the exploitation that he experienced is real. The exploitation that a lot of people experience under capitalism is real. Okay? But he just can't. He can't just say it like that. He has to say, oh man, it's Jews. Jewish people. Yeah, of course people are going to get mad at that because that is anti-Semitic.
People, which I did. Update. I did that. That already happened. And
that was a shitty apology. That wasn't really an apology. But shout out to that conversation.
I need to get on my knees and kiss the dick of Howard Stern. And
you don't need to kiss anyone's dick.
But that's what you guys are acting like.
You guys, look at that.
Because you're talking about it's a shitty opinion, apology. But where's our fucking apology? Watch this.
Sorry.
We don't get. Thank you. Now let's move on.
Sorry. Do I need to get on my knees or no?
And kiss my dick.
Oh shit.
So
this escalated quickly.
So that sexcalated quickly. So
nice.
What? No, I'm saying where's our apology? But right, we can't.
Look, they're doing it in the chat. If a pit bull attacks you out of nowhere, wouldn't you be more cautious next time you see a pit bull, bro? This is what I'm saying. Like, dude, you're not the first person to come in here with this snide fucking remark, okay? If you're comparing black people to pit bulls, okay, or if you're comparing pit bulls to Jewish people, you're a fucking psycho, all right? And no, you're talking to also someone who had a pit bull, so, like, I love pit bulls, so very, very dumb, very exclusively dumb chat to bring this up in. Okay? That is the literal Andrew Tate argument. Yes, I know. He's doing it right now. Even with pit bulls, of course, it's all about the owner. It's all about the lack of training. Ironic because just like the false statistics that a lot of people use when trying to justify their racism, if you look at pit bull attacks and shit like that, dogs that harm humans at a disproportionate rate are not pit bulls. It's fucking, what is it, golden retrievers and German shepherds, chihuahuas. Oh, Labrador, not golden retrievers. Dalmatians. There are Mr. Worldwide is hurting people. Yeah.
Get to apology because you're telling me there's no right way for me to word it. So tell me, for me, a person who's been fucked on my deals and a person that has friends that never figured out how to make shoes with a German company that couldn't tell me to wear a BLM shirt and take off my red hat, like what would have happened if I was at Nike, right? Tell me exactly.
Wait, didn't Adidas just drop him today too? He literally said, I don't give a fuck what I say. Like, Adidas will never drop me, even if I say shit about Jewish people. Didn't Adidas, like, drop him today or something? Or did that not happen? Oh, no. Never mind. He's just been dropped by CAA, and they're still putting pressure on Adidas. I was wrong about that. People are demanding Adidas drop Kanye West. But he literally fucking said, dude, he said on Drink Champs that like he could be as anti-Semitic as he wants and Adidas will never drop him. And I don't know what the fuck the reason for that is. What is that? He also keeps bringing up that they're German. Like he's hitting. Stop saying German company. Are you guys fucking stupid? Germans are literally like he'll go to jail in Germany. If half the shit he's saying here, if he said in Germany, they would put him in jail. Germany does not fuck around with that. Germany is like, for understandable reasons, very aggressive about any kind of like Holocaust revisionism.
Exactly how to engineer the situation
I'll
I'm
tell
in.
you exactly how. You got a big voice. Have the balls as a man to call out the individuals. Don't call them Jews. Call them by their name and start a war against those individuals. They're not Jewish.
But if that's the case, will you help me with that?
Sure.
Here's the thing I don't understand. Why doesn't anybody just say, brother, there is no like secret Jewish council meeting or some shit where they're like, where every Jewish person is like learning to behave a certain way. Their Judaism is not motivating them to act out in this way. It's their social conditioning under capitalism. That's precisely why you don't only see Jewish people exploiting you. You see fucking plenty of Anglo-Saxon Protestants exploit you as well. It's your anti-Semitism that makes you hyper-focus on Jewish people exploiting you, which is a subject for a different conversation. But like, that's the only reason why you're singling out Jewish people. And when you do, you're not even just talking about the people that are exploiting you. You're talking about Jews in general.
Okay. 100%. Assholes are well, let me like flip that too. I don't understand the industry well. I see that people are fucking people over for sure. But how do you solve that? If you right now run the world's you're doing a million things, but say you ran also a record label.
I have ran a record label. Well, I've been ran by a record label where I was the face of a record label and had Big Sean and different people complaining to me, and I knew fuck about running a record label. I was simply just a talented producer.
It's gonna be like Big Sean, another guy with a big penis. Hate the guy. A lot of guys with big penises on my mind lately.
Producer and an influencer that then started good music, but I wasn't the one running good music.
How would you do it differently?
This is something I propose. I would look at the top 10 execs in 3 fields: in sports, film, and music. And I would look at the top 10 clients, participant, talent. I would look at the top talent in each of those fields, the top 10 of them. And some of them are going to be Tom Brady. Some of them are going to be Taylor Swift. Some of them, they're not all going to be black, right? Some of them will be Adele, right? And we'll look at all their contracts transparently, and we'll compare the notes and re-engineer like it's a new constitution. Yeah. Because when I told my dad when I was 19 that I was going to get into the music industry, he begged me not to. He said, I heard it's treacherous. Now I'm in a position where I've been through it. I saw it. I went out, made some money somewhere else. I saw my name get smeared. I saw my family get destroyed. I saw my reputation get destroyed. And I'm back here to have this I'm back here as a being with engineering opportunities.
So,
wait a second. If you say it's a shitty apology, what is the version of the apology short of kissing Howard Stern's dick?
I don't think anyone wants to kiss Howard Stern's dick.
That's the
first
whole
of all.
point, Howard Stern. Nobody wants to kiss your dick, so shut the fuck up. I said, by the way, I'm antagonized you, Howard Stern. I used to be a fan of you.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Yeah, me too, for the record. Not super big fan, but like, you know, I recognize his space in a field that I'm also kind of in as well. But he's such a fucking petulant little lib, dude. He's a pestering lib. God, he is so fucking annoying. He's like, I love Hillary Clinton. I love Hillary Clinton. For those of you saying radio, what I do is literally the internet version of what, and I've said this time and time again, what Howard Stern has done and what even, you know, Rush Limbaugh has done. And it's just my ideology is dramatically different, but
Now,
I'm still a fan sometimes.
Now you're just doing clickbait like everybody else. Now you're just a sad old man, Howard.
All right.
Now, Howard Stern, this is the first time anyone's said your name in years. Your own family doesn't say your name unless they're calling to get their bills paid.
You're going hard. I'm
probably right about that.
See, that's beautiful right there. That's much better than calling Jewish media. Go after individuals.
Okay,
Go
so
after individuals.
and
If you don't talk
and-
shit about me, talk shit about me. This is great.
and you know what that is?
Yeah, what's that? Engineering.
That's an engineer's approach.
Yeah, engineers. Yeah. Yeah. You should
What?
learn some of that.
We all can use.
No, man, he's trying to teach you how to like criticize people, not like a fucking anti-Semitic child, but like an adult. But he's trying to also do it while saving face for capitalism. That's what's happening here. Okay? So he's like, yeah, it's just the individuals. It's just the individuals. I promise, it's just the individuals.
Are paying against each other,
Yeah.
or we can say we're a being with engineering opportunities, and we can know about history. So let me change something. We can have just to be judgmental. People say thou shalt not judge. I was talking to Camille Vasquez. She says, I'm very judgmental. That's what we're doing. I believe, now you could go to the Bible and one thing's going to say one thing, another thing may be contradicted in a way, and then the pastor has to unpack it.
Bro, we're not even halfway through the Holocaust convo. What the fuck? How is this going to tie back the Holocaust?
That we are to judge. If you look at some food and it's got a fly coming out of it, you can then judge at that point. You're supposed to.
Camille Vasquez is his lawyer now, by the way, the famous defamation lawyer from the Johnny Depp trial is now, or she dropped him, not anymore. Okay, never mind. That was quick.
Use your better judgment. But whenever someone doesn't want to change something they're doing, they'll say, don't
Holy
judge
fuck,
me.
that was quick.
Right? But as a species, you called for me. You got the breakthrough. And by the way, it's only an engineer that I would respect to tell me of how to update how I'm communicating. Because this started off, right? I've been through all these interviews. Let me go to this. You said this was a sorry apology. I was very specific. I said the Jewish, because by the way, it's a barrage, right? It's a thing where I don't even remember the names at a certain point, right? Mm-hmm. It's like if a girl was getting raped by men, if that person's not 18, right? And she was getting raped since 14, right? And she still got this face, this super like Irina Shayk level face, right?
What?
She might say, I hate men. That woman may say, I hate men. She might get to that point because she was raped. On my contracts, and no one can say this is ramped up. No one, Howard Stern can't say this is ramped up. Ari Emanuel can't say this is ramped up. George Soros knows damn well that I'm not ramped up. George Soros knows, like, wow, this guy.
Bro, he is so deranged, dude. Come on, Lex. You keep letting him fucking say. You keep letting him say George Soros. What the fuck, dude? What are you doing? By the way, because Kanye West is not media trained enough to fucking to hide his like underlying anti-Semitic thoughts, you get to peek into the George Soros conspiracies in a very honest way. You feel me? He's so unfiltered that you get to see what oftentimes libs are saying when they're like, oh, George Soros, like that's an anti-Semitic conspiracy or whatever the fuck. It's like, bro, come on. Yeah, George Soros, billionaire, philanthropist, has a lot of like weird foundations that work in like Eastern Europe and in other places. George Soros is a billionaire, is doing this, is a billionaire capitalist, is doing this shit for, the liberal democracy, civil society foundations. Again, uplifting capitalist ideology everywhere, okay? But the reason why he fucking keeps bringing up George Soros is because, it ties into the same exact fucking anti-Semitic bullshit. Not only is it that, though, but also, like, why the fuck would George Soros know anything about Kanye West contracts, man? Why? Why would George Soros know anything about Kanye West contracts? He's like 98 years old, man. What the fuck does George Soros know about Kanye West's fucking music contracts, dude? Unless you literally think like all Jews are fucking getting together in a room and having this kind of conversation. It's insane. Like, it makes no sense. It's unhinged. Unless you are also motivated by the same exact fucking principles that he's operating off of. Which is that, like, the underlying premise here is that, like, Jews control the media, Jews control the world, blah, 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 blah. And George Soros, Jewish billionaire.
Guy's like a younger guy that's looking at what I did and looking at how I control the world silently. And he's calling it out. And he's not using any of the fear tactics. I can't send his homeboys around him. I can't send his wife to him. This guy, that's what George Soros sees, right? When he's dealing with me.
Bro, okay, this is like not even manic at this point. This is just fucking paranoid, borderline schizophrenic. He thinks that George Soros and him are both controlling the world and he's doing it silently. Dude, no way this is the guy that wrote the music I enjoyed 15 years ago. No, this is a completely different, unhinged person, dude. It's just like, I mean, this is, I see this from like stalkers, you know what I mean? Like, he literally thinks he controls the world and George Soros controls the world and they're fighting each other. Like, that's what he thinks is going on right now.
Right? So what you guys are actually asking me to do, I'm comparing myself to that 18-year-old beautiful woman that had been mistreated by men for 4 years of her life, right? And you're saying, as a man, you can't blame all men. And I'm saying,
bro, he has to ask, come on, Lex, what the fuck? Ask him how George Soros is coming after him. He just literally said he controls the world. He said George Soros controls the world. And then he said he also is silently controlling the world. And that's what George Soros is mad about, which is why he's sending his fucking family members after him. You're just going to let that hang there? That's insane.
As a responsible, you can't blame all men. And I'm saying, as a responsible, forward philosopher leader, okay, I'll drop the pain and I will specify because I'm up here. I lost my fucking family.
That analogy doesn't work. That analogy doesn't work because a woman that has been like raped by men or a woman that has been a victim of sexual assault and sexual violence by men, hating all men or saying fuck all men or being afraid of all men, okay, is still coming at it from a place of being angry at the patriarchal construct that we exist under. There is no such similarities or established social constructs around Jewish control. That's the difference, okay? That's the main difference. There's a legitimate reason to be upset and frustrated, especially as a victim of sexual violence towards a patriarchal construct. There is no legitimate reason to be like, oh man, all Jews, you know? I'm just mad because the Jews around me fucked me over, so I'm just mad at all Jews. But like, it's because I'm a victim. You should let me be mad at all Jews. Like, there is no Jewish supremacist construct that we exist under in the same way that we exist under a patriarchal construct that makes it so that victims of sexual violence do not get to have their day in court or do not get to be heard and all this other stuff.
Family. I lost my kids. I lost my best friend in fashion. I lost the black community. I lost, people said I lost my mind, all of these things, lost my reputation. And I'm up here just like, I just want my family, but I don't want my family to have to say what the left wants us to say. To have to say what.
This is so sad, bro. You have children too. Like, he thinks like, again, super narcissistic, doesn't believe his actions are in any way wrong, thinks he's infallible. Therefore, it can't be my actions that have like pushed my family away from me. It can't be that I went on a fucking anti-Semitism podcast tour for the past week or past month almost now that is the reason why companies are dropping me. It must be something else. It must be a Jewish conspiracy. It must be George Soros taking Kim Kardashian away from me.
China wants us to say, I want to be an American and protect my kids and protect my wife and raise my kids as Christians and have my wife be a Christian and innovate. And America made rock and roll. I want to innovate as a creative person and be a successful American. But all of that had been taken away from me. So I'm coming back and I'm removing the PSTD right now, right? I'm standing up and saying the only way that we're going to be able to get past this and the way God is going to use me right now is for me to stop talking about the pain, stop talking about what happened, and do something about it. And that's where I'm at right now in this moment. Like, yeah, people agree. At least there was something where you could say he has a reason of why he got to that tweet. And what you're doing for me today is saying, that was a sorry apology, and let's specify. I'm not asking for anyone out here to empathize or sympathize for a dude worth $11 billion that can make money disappear. Appear out of thin air in 5 different industries. I'm not asking for anybody to sympathize with someone who's married to Kim Kardashian, dated Irina Shayk, but like I feel like I'm just not going to get the sympathy vote in this situation, right? So
I feel your pain.
Yeah, I feel like no one's gonna feel my pain. Only Brad and Leo can feel my pain, right? So
this makes the Genius dog even sadder than it already was. I mean, remember that was one that he had control over too in the narrative, and it still came across exactly how it was supposed to. Of a dude who just straight up fucking alienated everyone around him. He didn't actually know he did. No. I thought the earlier episodes they say that like Kanye West originally was like looking over. What do you mean he didn't? He literally went to the fucking premiere, didn't he? Am I crazy? I think he hates it now, but I'm pretty sure he had He didn't. They put it out first. Then he said that the worst part is he had enough money and resources to get help, but chose to take the L. Am I making this up? What the fuck? Hold on. Genius director refuses Ye's final edit request. Yeah, I thought that there was only one piece that he Yeah, he wanted a final edit approval over a new 3-part documentary, but they Mandela Effect, brother. Directors Cootie and Chike say that they don't plan on granting the rapper editorial over the project. In a recent interview with Rolling Stone, the director said they hadn't heard from Ye before the Instagram post and the 3-part documentary, which was already finished at the time. Oh shit, I was so wrong. But the two weren't surprised when Ye called them to open the edit room immediately. If Ye wasn't as polarizing a character as he was, we wouldn't have had an interesting doc. One Piece, isn't that the anime you're watching? Wait, what? Cootie told Rolling Stone that he ran into Ye on Monday. The Instagram post didn't come up in the conversation. The rapper had yet to watch the documentary. I asked him, did he watch the film? And he said, I have a process. I thought he literally went to the fucking... He went to the... Didn't he go to the... Didn't he go to the release? Yeah, he like literally went.
I just want to bring my brother. But it took a village, man. We got everybody here. GLC, JB, everybody come up here, man. Where y'all at? John.
No, I'm not thinking of the premiere of the Candace Owens doc. He actually went to the Los Angeles screening. I'm not making this up. Of course, part 1 is the nicest part because part 1 is before he goes crazy. Part 3 is the part that he definitely did not appreciate, most likely. If you watched it, I watched it. Yeah, part 3 is the part where he would have an issue with because that part actually shows the downfall pretty much.
But still,
but here today, when you said it's a sorry apology, what's the apology that you're looking for as a Jewish engineer? Say as Lex. Let's not talk about you being Jewish. As Lex, what's the apology that you want me to say to? Am I allowed to say Jewish? Tell me, is it anti-Semitic for Ye to say Jewish out loud?
no, there's I don't like the allowed. That presumes censorship. I think you choose. You have a powerful voice.
Did I prove that there was censorship over the past 2 weeks?
Who censored you? Oh, Drink Champs.
Oh my Lord.
Oh, like Twitter and so on.
Twitter.
That has less to do.
Drink Champs.
That hurt you. The Drink Champs. That Nora took down your conversation.
No.
It didn't hurt you. Man, you gotta be honest about the pain.
We're still the kids we used to be. I put my hand on the stove to see if I still bleed. And nothing hurts anymore. I feel kind of free. No, do you think, I went to Japan for 2 to 3 months, right? The day I had Sunday service, my kids are supposed to be there, and my kids were nowhere to be found. And I text Kim and said, where are my kids? We get into an argument, and then I get a text from a number I don't know, and it's Pete Davidson bragging about being in bed with my wife.
I mean, dude, that one was what? Oh my God. Okay. Jesus Christ. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh shit.
Then
just fucking with you?
Well, at that point, it's like they're trying to put me in jail or put a friend of mine in jail. Because then I'm going to go surround the hotel and do something which would have me not be able to be here. And instead I walked.
That's a great example of what I was talking about. It's like, even if he were to go and like and fucking like kill Pete Davidson or something, like he's kind of implying, it's still not his fault. It's still not his fault. He is incapable of he's incapable of seeing how that would be his fault.
Walked away from that situation. I went to Japan like the samurai that I am and went to the top of the mountain. And because I knew that, I knew there was no way she could love this dude, not just because he's ugly. He's not black. She likes black guys. Every guy that she, is with looks exactly the same. Ray J, Reggie Bush, at that time, Kanye West, she has a type. Just like how I have a type. Like a lot of my girls look kind of similar to her because in a video game character, people have their type, right? So I knew that this was like
the princess has a type and she likes Mario.
Right, there you go.
As somebody cares for you and hopefully can be a friend, yay, I gotta say these words and the words about Jews is not the words of a samurai, of a great man.
Lex Fridman said, samurais would not be anti-Semitic.
I would say, you said something that resonated with a lot of people when you said.
Yeah, he's writing it down. He's like, not the samurai way. He's writing it down. He's like upset, but taking notes. Samurai. Not anti-Semitic. Not a part of the samurai code of honor.
Said George Bush doesn't care about black people. I have to.
Pete Davidson's dick is so big it made Kanye climb Mount Fuji and contemplate his life. Yo! Jesus Christ, dude. Oh, Jesus.
As somebody who cares for you, that Ye, the artist formerly known as Kanye West, doesn't care about Jewish people. In the same way you spoke about George Bush being a politician and not giving a fuck about the poor people that suffered after Katrina, you're not giving a fuck about the suffering of the Jewish people across the world.
Wow.
It's crazy. Because he apologized for the George Bush thing, actually. I mean, Lex is right, but I don't think Kanye is going to retort. Let's see what he says, but...
Why am I not?
Because you're giving strength, motivation.
But we already updated. I gave an apology. You said it wasn't good enough.
Yeah, that's right.
Now you're telling me, no, I'm not going to...
No. You don't need to kiss anyone's dick. What
you're asking me to kiss.
You have to say it was wrong to say. There's no Jewish media. There's no Jewish.
There isn't.
There's no control of the media by Jewish people.
You're an engineer, brother. If you're an engineer and you're not holding to the truth, that's not engineering.
Engineering is not. That's hate. That's not engineering.
No,
engineering
it's called,
says, I'm gonna build a better record label.
Damn, call him out, Kanye. He said, Lex, you're a fake engineer, dude. How about you engineer some bitches, dog? Get the fuck out of here. You better engineer a different you better engineer a different retort right now. He's like, nope, not getting off this point. He's like, that's a redundancy. He's gonna hold on to the Jewish media thing forever, it seems like.
Call stereotypes.
And I'm going to respect
stereotypes exist for a reason.
Engineers don't do stereotypes.
I do.
Stereotypes are dumb. They allow you to channel
yes and no.
Hate towards the other.
You know what the biggest thing is?
Yeah.
With a veteran that was sitting next to me at Cheesecake Factory last night, he said,
fucking bro, what is that take? Wait, that sentence is crafted for me. He said he's at Cheesecake Factory with a veteran that's sitting next to him. No one has been more divorced, okay, than Kanye West. That is the most divorced dad in America right now, dude. Holy shit.
You know, the general justice, he serves for whoever is the president, right? And he said what's happening in politics is we're forgetting we're on the same side. We're forgetting we're on this. This is someone is practically, now he's a nurse. So he's still, fighting for humanity in a way. He went from holding, guns in battle to being a nurse. And when people are battling for their lives. And he said, we're forgetting we're on the same side. This is a person that no matter who becomes president, he can still be told to go to war. And the chaos that's created by the media has split the country in half. And what us as beings with an engineer opportunity need to do right now is find the blue water. Where are places that we agree on? And I want you to finish everything. Hey,
What?
I'm gonna let you finish everything
I've heard that before.
you want to express to me. Get off all. I'm your scarecrow today. I'm your punching bag today for everything I did, and I want you to stand up for all of the hate. That I'm your Al Gore when he lost the election. Remember, he almost became a punching bag for the lady that had voted on him. And she just said all this stuff. And he's like, I know, I agree with you, right? But there's nothing, that he could do about it. With this, it's like things that you're saying, I agree with you. It's like if you sit some kids in the principal's office and I punch somebody, right? I took my hand, right, as what it really means. Even Aria Emanuel had to say, this is a pop icon, right? And I went and just punched an entire people at one time, or said that I was about to. I went like this, right?
Well, you did
and I
do
got
that.
blacked out, black mirrored, done, right? And it's like, what were you even going to do? And why did you go like this? I went like this because I can't even do. I would look insane to physically show you a metaphor, a physical representation of my last 20 years of what I've been through as a musician, as a father, and as a black person with a political opinion.
A great man still through the pain does the right thing. And I think the right thing is to not say that there's Jewish control of the media. And
that's incorrect, though. That's a fucking lie. There is. And they did come and bully me. It proved the point.
No, the reason you don't say it is because the world is much bigger than forgive me, the narrow little world you exist in. Your impact stretches way past those little boardroom meetings over contracts.
So what should I have done? What should I have done?
Not say that you should be a strong man that doesn't mention religion or people, and then fight. Do you want to win this fight?
How do I win? How do we win?
Call out individual people. That's one way because they have a big voice. The other voice that I prefer is to build another label. Or support another
like
label.
You're controlling my creative narrative because just like how you're telling me I shouldn't have said that. Do you think there were
podcasting should be illegal? Fuck it. Nah. No, dude. How else would you get gems like this? He said my creative narrative. He's about to be like, Lex, you're being real Jewish right now with this media narrative control, okay? He's like 1 second away from dropping it, dude. Madness.
People telling me I shouldn't have wore a red hat?
His creative narrative is literally just like being anti-Semitic, okay? That's insane. No, sorry, man. I got to keep up my creative narrative here. You're controlling my creativity by not letting me be anti-Semitic.
No, because you asked me, what should I have done? You're supposed to be a scarecrow, so I thought I'm gonna beat the shit out of the scarecrow with my words, right? You let
Yeah.
me.
Yeah.
It was consensual.
The punching bag is a bad because scarecrow actually has a different
Yeah,
real
that's right.
meaning.
I'm like,
So let's say a
that's right.
punching bag. I shouldn't
Yeah.
say a scarecrow.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
every single person that I've sat with from the point when I wore the
Yeah.
red hat till now has done the same thing. Sit in the principal's office and don't do what you're doing.
We're in the janitor's closet right now together,
Yeah.
and I'm not. The red hat is very different. The red hat is you have a set of beliefs. You represent half the country that has
Yep, there it is. Lex, hit him with the center right, dude. Go ahead.
a hope, a vision for the future of America that's very different than without any purpose whatsoever saying Jewish media, Jewish control of the media.
You said there's no purpose, so you're taking away my history and my reason of what my purpose was.
I'm saying
No, man. The red hat is also just symbolism. It just represents bad ideas. Why can't motherfuckers that have podcasts that are tailored to the Joe Rogan audience just openly state that? With the exception of like Sam Harris, who has lived the fuck up and, certainly has very right-wing takes when it comes to like Muslims and how to deal with them and shit. I have never heard any of these dudes just be like, no, man, it's just the truth. Like, it's reactionary. It's garbage. It is against progress. It is, it's antithetical to civil liberties. That's what the Republican Party is based off of. That's what the reactionary commentary is based off of. That's what conservatism is built around. It is what it is. The red hat is not the reason why people are mad at Kanye West. It wasn't just wearing any red hat. He was saying a bunch of things that accompanied the red hat idea. Things like slavery was a choice. Potentially even in the parts that they never released, like defending Hitler, apparently. We don't know. That's the words of at least some of the people from TMZ. You know what I mean? That's what people are mad at. People aren't just, you're not just wearing a red hat. And of course, understandably, Kanye went through the natural trajectory that you go through after being a conservative and moved further and further into the darker side of conservatism and has arrived at the anti-Semitic conspiracy side of conservatism.
Also, it can.
I'm speaking my voice, vocalizing it.
Also,
Yeah.
it's God's plan. There's a lot of things that open up. Let me tell you something that opened up. There's a guy, like I told you, that was running STEM Player, who I've had issues with. We hadn't got paid on time, certain things, right? And he took his IQ, his know-how, his engineering know-how he basically was trying to Adidas me with, even though I was the bigger money in the situation. That was fun, and we funded together. And he hired these engineers, and he said, well, because of your comments, we're not going to be able to hire anybody else. And I was like, well, how many Jewish people do we have in our company? He said, I don't know. He didn't say exactly, right? I said, do we have black people? He said, yes. I said, how many? He said, 2. So we have like 60 full-time employees, like 40 half-time and part-time. And I took as a responsibility. Let's take a step back from the us being one species and say, hey, you're Jewish, I'm black, right?
Why step back?
For this example, for the
All
sake of this example.
Cool.
And I said, wow, I'm sure I can hire more than 2 black engineers. And what happens is, because there are so many businessmen that just so happen to be Jewish, that it's good business, right? Just to monopolize. That's what people are looking. Everybody wants to be Elon, right? So
I disagree with that.
okay, but let me finish this
Sure.
point.
I'm gonna let you finish. I'm gonna let you finish.
A lot of businessmen want to be as successful as Elon and as popular as Elon. A lot. Like, it just worded like that, which I hate the term a lot, actually. I want to be more specific, but I haven't done the math on it. Let's say some factually, for sure, there are some business people of all different walks and backgrounds that would like to be as rich and as popular as Elon Musk. So let me just take a step back from the We're One Species into the.
He's such a Reddit guy, dude. He's a Reddit guy who went to fucking poll, okay? Like, he's just like, Pog, Elon, Bat Chest. Everybody wants to be Elon. He sounds exactly like the motherfuckers who come in here whenever I'm criticizing Elon to be like, you're just jealous of him. I only love my bed and my mama. I'm sorry, says Jojo the Mofo. $50, dude. Stop. If you're going to spend $50, spend it on 10 gifted subs so 10 people can avoid the top of the hour ad break. Okay? Because at the top of the hour, there's a 60-second ad break, and that ad break is coming right now. All right? Jojo the Mofo gifted 50 gifted subs, goddamn. Allowing 50 people to no longer see the ads. Bro, if you didn't get a gifted sub, you're never getting one, okay? But the 60-second ad break comes for you unless you subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. Here's the 1-minute ad break now. Kind of weak compared to your last. Okay, they're not all going to be fucking incredible, but that one was a decent segue. Reddit doesn't even like Musk, jackass. Man, shut the fuck up. Acting like Wall Street Bets doesn't exist as a fucking, popular subreddit. Trev Tennessee, thank you for the 5 get the subs. Reddit hates Elon now. I'm going to be honest, though. I'm going to be honest with you. I feel like a lot of this is not about the Holocaust. Okay?
We're separated by race, gender, socioeconomic class conversation, and say, as a Black owner of 2 tech platforms, hardware and software, I need to
Centrist Normie, they give it the 5 get the subs.
action. Let's not call it affirmative. Let's just say I need to take action, and I need to take accountability in ensuring that Black engineers are hired, and guess what? Hired together. Because when the Black people that are brilliant are separated from our culture, we forget who we are. And we'll get to a point where
I've gotten to a point where I hate Kanye West when he says, like, I'm not saying hate Kanye West in general, but I hate it when he says, like, things that actually make sense because of, like, 98% of his commentary making no sense whatsoever. So, like, when he actually does make sense, like, oh, there's, there aren't a lot of Black engineers out there. We need to do something about it. It's like it's getting lost in the sauce, or worse, it's being tarnished. Because that message is tacked along to all the worst shit that you could imagine. Like, even when he's trying to talk about Black engineers, he does it in the weirdest way possible. If your goal is to have more Black engineers and you recognize that it comes from a lack of adequate opportunity for Black students in this country, then try to solve the problem at the systemic level or directly in your life. That's a great way to go about it. Not a single person would get mad at him. People would praise him for it, as a matter of fact. But instead, he's just like, well, there's a lot of Jews here. What the fuck is up with that? We should just fire all the Jews. That's insane. What do you mean?
OJ would say, I'm not Black, I'm OJ. Because just to be on the golf course, we put on the golf shirt. But the golf shirt might not be something that our culture would have done. And now our culture in poorer communities is, oh, everybody's got Draco on them. Everybody's got a gun on them. Oh, if you run up on me on the gas station, I'm gonna kill you. Hey, you ain't got to talk to me like a man if I haven't killed at least 5 people. But you know what happens is we can kill 5 people, we could kill 10 people and still be in the media as long as we play by the rules, right? Because what will happen is any of these guys that have talked about killing people and different things, unless Trump had pardoned them, right? But let's say even if Trump had pardoned them, they could still go to someone like a Lil Boozy or Meek Mills or Puff Daddy, anybody, and say, hey, we need you to talk shit about Ye right now. And also, you're not allowed, if you do want to vote for Trump or vote outside of what this arrangement is, then we're going to put you in jail. It ain't that we're not going to bring you down. We have this on you. You get what I'm saying? If I had ever killed someone, if I wasn't the bitch with the pink polo on, I wouldn't be able to be the vocal man that I am today. You understand what I'm saying? This is the reason why I'm happy that my gangster disciple brothers kept me from the initiations, which made me feel like a pussy my whole life, right? But now I am someone who legally can say this. Other people in my position, they legally cannot speak. They legally cannot speak, or they will go to prison. I am in a bit of a glass prison because I don't have say-so of where my children go to school. But I'm in a freedom place where I can have this conversation with you.
I feel like even his take there is like rooted within like weird resentment towards black people. Like that sentiment itself is rooted within like and this is the most Kanye thing, but it of course still revolves around his own personal experiences. I was not part of the it crowd because I was not gangster enough. And I felt like a nerd. I felt like a loser. But look at me now. It's all those guys that went the gangster route that don't have the power to be able to say these things that I'm saying. It's just like that in and of itself is like, you know, not recognizing that that is a consequence of systemic discrimination is anti-black. If a white person said that, you would understand it as anti-black. Same with Candace Owens. Motherfuckers saying killings don't happen for socioeconomic reasons and black people just like the killing. Killers are inherently bad people. Self-defense doesn't exist. He's so deranged. It's just like it's something that you would hear from Candace Owens. Something that you hear a lot from Candace Owens, as a matter of fact.
Right now. And that is, I don't like the word breakthrough. You know, that's God's hand on this situation. But you get what I'm saying about if I hadn't said the tweet, I wouldn't have had to take the accountability myself to hire black engineers into my 2 tech platforms.
Yeah, and you get what I'm saying? That's a beautiful personal journey you're on. But you get what I'm saying?
It's not personal, it's for my people as a whole. As a tribal
it's a small
person,
company. It's a small company.
As a tribal person, I believe that I am my people.
Yeah.
And the thing that businessmen have done to my people have pulled the brightest out of our tribes and siloed them and made us lose our culture and lose who they were. The only thing I wanted to say at Virgil's funeral, which I wasn't allowed to, right?
I wonder
It was
why.
a white pastor that talked the majority of the funeral. Half the funeral was pissed, right? And this pastor actually married me and Kim, right? He looks like Justin Timberlake a little bit.
Wait, is that like one of those, what is it, Hillsong youth pastor types? Is that who he's talking about?
He talked half the funeral. He knew Virgil was passing, did a collaboration with him before he passed, by the way, right? A clothing collaboration. I didn't know Virgil was passing, but the thing I wanted to say, I saw A$AP Rocky and I saw some other members of his gang, you know, in the audience at the funeral. And all I wanted to tell him is,
Rich Wilkerson Jr., a friend of both Kim and Kanye, runs a 1,500-member young adult ministry in Florida. Got a Chris Hemsworth, Leo DiCaprio thing going on. No. Wilkerson has been a friend of both Kim and Kanye after they attended one of his services during a trip in Florida back in 2012. Rich and his church became a safe haven for Kim and Kanye. Wilkerson is associated pastor at the Trinity Church in Miami. It's non-denominational. The 30-year-old who comes from a long line of pastors also heads the Rendezvous, a young adult ministry at the church. He's all right. He's like a good-looking white dude. I don't know. I thought he was a Hillsong guy. Anyway, let's continue.
don't let them split the gang up. Don't let them split the gang up. When I did the first Yeezy, because I did Kanye West.
It's not even -1. That's $650 Canadian because that guy was a Canuck.
2 fashion shows before as a high-end luxury, all leather kind of designer, not all leather, but high-end materials, mink, this kind of thing. And then I came back with Yeezy with Adidas. And this fashion show was so popular that Justin Bieber had to sit in the second row, right? This thing had every name you could think of. It had Kim Kardashian, Kris Jenner, Kendall Jenner. It was Kylie's first fashion show she'd been in. And in the second fashion show, I put Kylie and Bella Hadid next to each other in the fashion show. You had Puff Daddy. At that time, Puff Daddy had beef with Drake. Drake still came to the show, and Jay-Z had to break up the fight backstage. The designers, you had Jerry Lorenzo, that's head of Fear God. You had Kim Schraub, head of Skims. You had Virgil Abloh, head of Louis Vuitton. You had Dimna, head of Balenciaga, all working for Ye, for the leader, for the philosopher, right? For the person that who put this together? Me, that's who, right? You had these people working for the king of New York, basically the boss, Ye, right? You had
Bro, he popped off so hard the fucking captions broke, dude.
Jay-Z in the audience, Rihanna in the audience, Beyonce in the audience, sitting next.
By the way, this is still under the Holocaust proportion of the programming. Interesting decisions were made here.
To Anna Wintour in this audience. And guess who heard wind of this? One of the richest men in the world, Bernard Arnault, caught wind of this. What's going on? They're building up something, and we need to stop it. So then he met with me and politely offered me backing for my clothing line. It would be Kanye West. They would get 49%, 51%. I would get 49%. They'd have control, and they were going to give me all of the support from Louis Vuitton. So I had to go to Adidas, and I told Adidas, hey, let's indemnify the apparel. So Adidas, you're not going to do the apparel anymore. Hey, we had a good time, but we're going to run off with Giselle now, right? Mm-hmm. So that's like you told your girl that, and she's like, oh no, we had the proudest moment of our career and stuff. So then he offers me the deal, and Alexander Arnault, who's gone on and rape and pillage from all of the talent that I had afterwards, I say, before I tell Adidas to indemnify the apparel, can I get a written contract from your dad, Bernard Arnault? And he says, my dad will never go back on his word. So you already know what this thing is going, right? Yeah. You can, spoiler alert, right? He went back on his word. So 3 months into the deal, I get Anna Wintour
By the way, this is he's describing Bernard Arnault is the like the French dude, okay? Louis Vuitton, LVMH. And this basically is the explanation as to why he's I think why he had so much resentment for what do you call it? For Virgil Abloh too, right? Which, by the way, why doesn't he have this animosity for the French? Why doesn't he have this animosity for the Christians? I don't think he's Jewish, right? Is he? I don't think so. Like, he's talking about, yeah, wait a minute. This guy's trying to fuck him. Imagine if it was just the French fashion cartel is keeping me down. That'd be pretty funny.
I say, who should I use for my lawyer? She picks my lawyer for me, right? I just found out even a couple of days that the lawyer demanded an airplane during negotiations. Had nothing to do with me, right? They said that Bernard Arnault got freaked out, and then Alexander Arnault calls me and says the deal got dropped at the board.
Oh, never mind. Bernard Arnault is Jewish, by the way, apparently. I did not know this. I thought it was just, when you say French, I just immediately assume Christian and maybe even anti-Semitic. He is. I'm surprised he hasn't dropped it yet.
I went back and told my high maintenance wife.
French people can be Jewish. Okay, I'm making a joke about French people here, okay? No, he is. You said no, he's not. No, he is. Look. Wait, what the fuck? He's not. Wait. Why did the Jewish Independent Forward? Dude, look at this. Yo! What the fuck? They didn't edit the title. Boom! Double. Hey, that's a double whammy. That is a double whammy. Dog, this is like correcting a bad tweet a few days later in the reprise without just deleting the tweet. I know, yeah. What the fuck was Forward doing, dude? They just left this up with the title of French Jewish billionaire families leading the fundraising to rebuild Notre Dame. And then the editor's note is like, an earlier version of the article stated that Bernard Arnault is Jewish. The Arnault family is not Jewish. Like, what are you doing? The article, throw the article away in the trash. You ruined it. Change the title. What do you mean earlier edition of the article? This is the still edition of the article, right? The title. What the fuck? Anyway, shaking my head that Jewish media. Well, okay, this is literally Jewish media. Not in the way that Kanye is talking about, but like Forward is a Jewish media website. Like, it's like Haaretz, you know what I mean? I mean, they say it is a Jewish independent nonprofit. Anyway, let's continue with this.
I was supposed to become this designer at Louis Vuitton, or the Louis Vuitton group was going to back the Kanye West line because that's how good I've done in fashion, babe. And now the deal.
Can you explain the difference between two for a dumb like me? Yes, when Kanye West says Jewish media, he's talking about it in the Nazi way, as though all media is controlled by Jews, and there's some like weird underlying reason for that control or whatever the fuck, and like they want to destabilize society or something. Jewish media, on the other hand, like a newspaper can be like a newspaper or a media group that covers Jewish news. That's the difference. I can't believe I'm describing this, by the way. This motherfucker said is true. Clap his ass. Anytime we talk about this, some dumb Nazi has to come in and be like, it's true. Like literally the first time this idiot chatted in here. Why do you want to be known as a fucking weirdo Nazi or an idiot? Because there's only two reasons why you would say Jews own the media. Okay? One, you're a Nazi and you wanted people to know that you're a Nazi, which you could be. Or two, you're a fucking idiot. And you got duped into thinking that by Nazis. So which one is it? Are you a fucking Nazi or are you a fucking idiot that got duped into believing the Nazis? Of course, Nazis are stupid too. So why not both?
Deal is dropped. Now the deal is dropped. So then I did a second collection and we didn't have any support to be able to build the collection. Then I went and found, and third collection, we did it. We took over MSG. Fourth collection went and the show started an hour late. Then a week later, Kim got robbed. Then I told Scooter Braun, my manager at that time, I say, I'm looking, I need to go to Japan. I'm tired. He says, no, you need to make more money. I do 4 more shows on a second leg of the tour, and I suffer from exhaustion and go to the hospital. And then get diagnosed with a disorder. This is the first time I ever suffered from exhaustion.
Good point to remember in our mostly white chat. Yeah. There's also the sad reality that at a point Kanye becomes a vector for anti-black male sentiment. He becomes emblematic of a black male problem instead of a conservative problem. And I can't even comfortably be critical on my platform because I wonder if I'm contributing to that. Yeah, he is right about that. Obviously, I think I've done a fairly decent job of routinely parsing through this otherwise complex subject matter by regularly pointing to the fact that the problem is conservatism. I have a lot of experience talking about this from all of my coverage on the war on terror and how it's not an Islam problem, it's a conservatism problem. So I think I'm trying to do that as well in this circumstance too, even though, of course, people have a tendency to decide that certain marginalized groups are monoliths, especially if it corresponds to like their preconceived biases on that particular marginalized group. But with Kanye, he's also like very openly anti-black too, unless he is like defending his statements. You know what I mean? So for that reason, it's like you would have to work extra hard in this situation to like be like, this is how all black people are or whatever, without realizing that like Kanye West is straight up being anti-black regularly.
Exhaustion. By the way, I haven't been to the hospital since. And haven't taken, medication in 2 years. And I'm sure there'll be people in the media, we won't say, where from will say, well, that's obvious, right? So
what?
So right now I'm talking to you, right? I'm not on medication. I just go to sleep, right? I have sleep.
Have you been able to sleep?
This that's too low hanging fruit for you. You're more. I expect more.
I agree.
I expect more.
I agree. That was dumb. I regret it.
Okay. That's like That's like Pierce Morgan trying to grab ratings. Say like, you got a whole life ahead of you. You got a whole life ahead of you. These guys are at the end of their life.
Oh, good.
Right, so this
Call
story
me out
is,
on my shit. I love it.
but then amidst that, the same guy that dropped my deal, Bernard Arnault, goes and hires my best friend. Goes and hires my main engineer, right?
Like I said, he is literally. This is a very interesting part of this interview. If you are familiar with the Kanye West lore, or if you were like a fan, maybe you're still kind of a fan or whatever. This part of the lore is profoundly important into understanding Kanye West's genuine resentment towards not only Louis Vuitton but also Virgil Abloh. He's literally saying, Bernard Arnault came to me to buy my shit and then stole my engineer Virgil Abloh instead of me. Instead of working with me, he actually worked with Virgil, and that fucked me up.
Right? It would have been like them hiring, Elon from Peter before they figured out Paul, before they figured out PayPal. But Paul even sounds like Pal sounds like Paul. I just say it because I'm a Christian. I thought it was cool. Yeah. But it would have been like, what if someone could have went in and took Elon away from Peter before they paid Paul? Because they pay Paul.
Yeah,
before they pay Paul. It's just too close.
Yeah, too close.
It just sounds so fresh, the fact that it's so close, right? And that's what happened, right? They broke the gang up. Yeah. And I'm telling
ad-libs were never his strong suit. Bars, I guess.
Telling you right now, that hadn't happened. Virgil's alive. I'm still married. You know what I'm saying?
I can't believe in this mania, it's just like, I want to be like, stick to your day job, but also at the same time, you're kind of fucking up your day job right now. Like what the fuck's going on, dude?
Saying the power structure was broken then, right? Because we were building Kylie wasn't a billionaire. You know what I mean? Yeah. We were building something together that a French colonizer came in and caught it early and tried to destroy it. But the only thing is, God.
Look at the terms. French colonizer. Genuine, real, anti-black historical references only being used when he's like describing his enemies. You know what I mean? Straight up. He only seems to remember the reality of anti-black history when it suits him. He will fucking regularly say anti-black shit, refuse to even point out white supremacy, and only cynically bring up terms like colonizer and whatever when it's about like how Bernard Arnault stole Virgil Abloh from him.
God is alive.
But it's not even about stealing Virgil Abloh from him, really. It's more so about the fact that he didn't work with him instead.
And I'm anointed. And even with those drawbacks, losing my wife, losing my friend, exhaustion, all of these late night tweets that piss off an entire group, like this, the frustration still there. I work for God, and God runs the world, and we'll see what happens.
But in those words, don't you feel that being split up, don't you feel you're doing the thing that you stand against, which is playing victim? Aren't you playing victim to the forces in the world?
I didn't play victim. I didn't even get a chance to play. I just said I was about to. I said like this, like.
No, you played pretty damn well.
Bro, what the fuck? Does he think that like, because they suspended his Twitter, by the way, big conservative guy energy, just got to point out, they suspended his Twitter. He went on every fucking media outlet he could to still say exactly what he was going to say on Twitter and has been saying it in this interview itself. And he's like, oh man, I just went like this. I couldn't even do that. Like I couldn't even, bro, what do you mean? You think podcasts don't count? You think it only counts if it's on Twitter? I don't get it. Which, by the way, unironically, is exactly what conservatives run on all the time. They're like, oh, man, I was banned off Twitter. The president being banned off Twitter is the worst thing that could have happened to free speech. Also, throw every whistleblower in jail. Fuck those un-American bastards.
What do you mean? What do you mean about to? You're like one of the greatest designers in history, fashion designers. You were playing. What do you, you are playing? What does that even mean?
I thought you were referring to the tweet. Saying I was
all
playing
of
victim
it.
there.
Well, there's a full set of things that you're under attack for. The tweet and everything beyond that. But like you're blaming, not blaming, but you're saying that the Jewish media, the Jewish record labels, the Jewish people, forget Jewish or not, doesn't
media-
matter, is playing victim, right?
Ultimately, I am fighting a battle in the spiritual form. And anyone that believes in God and is looking at this interview would agree with that. And I just so happen to be a bright part of God's army. I'm fighting for us to live. The greatest gift is life itself. I am pro-life. I am pro-God. I believe that
Bro, evangelicals just sound so unhinged, dude. Like, born-again Christian, white evangelical Protestants sound so fucking unhinged all the time, dude. It's crazy how normalized that kind of fucking sentiment is because of how much power they hold within, like, the Republican Party as, like, a viable, very active voting bloc. But like any other group of people that aren't overwhelmingly white that say shit like this is not only cast aside, but worse, usually, even if it doesn't reflect the overwhelming majority of Muslims, for example, because Muslims are marginalized across the board, people will point to Muslims that they can find that are fundamentalist that sound like that and go, dude, look, this is how all Muslims are. They're all fucking crazy. It's wild. It's wild.
Jesus Christ is our Lord and Savior.
Honestly, you believe what you're saying? Yes. I don't think he's evangelical anymore. No, he has like his own new thing, okay? It's like evangelical, but also has like black Israelite takes baked into it. Oh, it broke. Here, come say what up. Come show the people what you got going on your face and shit. I have a guest here, chat.
Yeah, you know,
What's up?
I got caught up with a very vicious vampire, and I got bit on my neck here. As you can tell, it's tragic, but I'm recovering nicely.
He hit me up. He was like, "Bro, can I come over to fucking clean my makeup off?" And I was like, "You just want to show off."
No, it had nothing to do with it. I was just
What?
my shoes are.
Yeah, your shoes are on. That's weird.
My shoes are on.
Weird that your shoes are on.
So I got some stories to tell. Are you watching something?
I am. I'm watching Kanye West.
Don't worry, I won't be in your hair. I'm just gonna take my makeup off and
Okay.
I won't be in your hair too long. No, I actually need a place to take my makeup off because the studio that we used was closing, and I need to go to dinner real quick before I leave town.
Who are you going to dinner with?
My manager.
Oh, nice.
Do you want to go to dinner?
No, I'm streaming.
Okay, I mean you can if you want. It's an open invitation. So yeah, we did our photo shoot. Went amazing, super hot.
Who'd you do a photo shoot with?
Valkyrie.
Oh, nice.
Did a photo shoot with Valkyrie. It was super great. It was supposed to be a vampire like photo shoot. But one thing I realized, especially in the singles, okay, like the single, like because we did single shots and then we did like together shots. In the single shots, I was not a vampire at all. I was just gay in the single shots. Like I had like a tight like locket necklace, and I realized like during the shoot, I was like, wait a second, there's nothing Halloween or or vampire about any of this. Like, I didn't have teeth in. I was just shirtless with black leather pants and a choker with a
You were just
lock on
gay?
it. I look like, and like I had like these metal like things around my biceps, and yeah, it wasn't until Ray bit me on my neck is that it became like a vampire thing. So
Okay.
yeah, it was good. Did you see a clip today?
Of you drunk?
Yeah,
I did. I saw multiple clips.
dude.
I talked about how I was like fucking, my phone was on like do not disturb and you're trying to FaceTime me.
Oh yeah, I was blowing.
And you thought I was on the call with you when
Yeah,
Sear
I was
playing.
blowing your phone up. In fact, I took I don't know if I never sent you this. Look at this picture. Look at this picture right here. This was from last night.
That's hilarious. Dude, you were so drunk.
Let me look. Can I show him?
Yeah, you can show him. I don't give a fuck.
That's me trying to FaceTime Hasan. It's hard to see, but it said like FaceTime. Like FaceTiming Hasan last night. Yeah, so basically what happened is I went to the Abbey, and it was supposed to be just like a little brunch thing, right? Went with Caroline. Nobody else wanted to go, and we were supposed to go to drag brunch. So we get there at 3 p.m., and drag brunch is over. Like, there's no drag brunch. So we get there. We order one Bloody Mary each. I'm like, okay, we're just going to have a couple drinks, and we're
I
going to
can't
go.
believe you got fucked up off 6 Bloody Marys. That's the most insane
Well, hold
part
on.
of it.
So I order one Bloody Mary, and then Caroline and I are like, wow, this waiter's really cute. We both think he's really cute. So then I order another Bloody Mary. And then I'm like, we're getting a little hungry, so I order a chicken quesadilla, and she orders some food. And then we order another Bloody Mary. So we got 3 Bloody Marys, and they're in a very, very quick succession. And we're like, okay, we were feeling it. We're like, let's get up and go dance. So we paid our bill, and we got up and danced. And next thing you know, I'm at the ATM pulling out $20, cash to get singles.
People are saying Ye is more stable than you.
Really?
Yeah.
What do you mean stable? Hold on, wait. I had a great time. I was stable. So I went and drank. I drank probably about 6 or 7 Bloody Marys. We were there for 7 hours.
Okay, go on. 7
hours, and I think I spent $800 tipping. It was because I was tipping. We were tipping dancers, and we went around the entire circuit. We tipped every single dancer constantly for 7 hours straight. They really liked us, and I think it was because we were tipping, but we were good energy too. That's what I'd like to think, is that we're good energy. So,
okay,
what's going on with you?
Well, I'm watching Kanye West, and
You
we
just
were in
seem
the middle
a little
of
down. What's going on? You tired?
I am tired. I haven't been sleeping too much, but no, I was just in a different vibe.
Yeah, you're watching.
We were watching.
Show up my makeup.
We were watching Kanye West.
You
hop
continue watching Kanye West.
off. All right, and then you clean your makeup.
I'm gonna
and
go
then
clean my
when you come
makeup
back,
off.
We'll hear your perspective on it.
Okay, I'm so excited to share my perspective about something that I have not been keeping up on.
Because you haven't been watching. That's the thing. You haven't been watching the broadcast.
Well, because I was doing a photo shoot.
No, I'm saying like back in the day you used to, but you don't anymore.
I've got a job now.
Yeah,
I'm working now. I'm working hard.
What, you got a job taking slutty photos? Is that what your job? You just spat. Oh my God. This motherfucker comes in here and destroys everything. All right, go. All right, we're back to the interview now, chat.
Savior and died for our sins.
What do you feel about another attack, another painful thing? I imagine super painful is Balenciaga pulling. You had a really close relationship and friendship with their creative director. Like, how do you feel about all of it?
I told you I sang the song. I sing another song from one of my mentors, Future. I never feel pain. I done felt too much pain. Like, there was a day where I was headed to Nashville to meet with George Farmer, who is the CEO of Parla, the day when we made the announcement. At that same day, Balenciaga was taking my imagery off of their site, and the Drink Champs was being taken down.
I respect Muslims, but I don't like people disrespecting Christians when you have no idea what we have been going through. And the true Muslim really believe Christianity. They just can't because they are truly enslaved. Do not ban this one. This one is unhinged, mods. I want to see. I want updates from that one. Okay. No. I want updates from that one. That one seems. That's a good pet. We keep those. Sorry, let's keep going.
And I said, this is the happiest day of my life. I love cutting the grass low. People wasn't really with you. They was part-time. People switch up when it's wartime. I'd rather have people who are really with me and not people who are just trying to use me.
Listen, as a friend,
Bro, people need to like fucking literally like pull him aside and be like, dude, like you think you're in war. Sure, you are. But you're launching at like the wrong enemy. Okay? You're launching, you're engaging in war with like an entire group of people for no fucking reason. Okay? There are such things as like unjustifiable wars. Okay? When you're so unhinged you don't get banned. Damn, I hope I never reach that level of brain rot. No, it's the best, dude.
friend,
Only if it's unique.
somebody cares for you. You have to be really careful by the people, by all people, always. The people that are going to be try to be close to you now, you don't know if you can trust them anymore.
With the Balenciaga, I have more to say about it though.
Yeah. Please.
Let's do this.
Yeah.
Dimna will still work for Ye someday. And this is just speeding the process up.
Have you talked? Can you share if you've talked?
Yes, I talked to Dimna. This is like, we're kindred spirits. None of this can keep us away from each other. I brought Dimna to Gap to be able to bring the best product in the world. At that time, I wanted to go under $100. Now I'm like, okay, we're going to go $20 a product. I brought Dimna in to engineer. That's why I said engineered by Balenciaga, Yeezy Gap engineered by Balenciaga, to engineer the best product for the people that they say are at the bottom of the Maslow hierarchy of need chart. Or they're at the bottom of the pyramid, right? So Gap didn't want that. Balenciaga didn't want that. Our agendas were not aligned. I was brought in to the Gap for political reasons and influence, like a Virgil, like a George Floyd. When popular celebrities are brought into Fortune 500 companies, it's not to raise the stock. It's to strengthen the position and influence. And it's...
Bro, like George Floyd. Okay. Don't mention George Floyd in that situation. Just mention yourself, mention Virgil Abloh, and then say companies want to sell and cater to black people, and capitalist corporations will use famous, iconic black celebrities for that. And then you have a decent point. Okay? Companies do not care about black people. They just want to use black people to sell to other black people. And then that's fine. And then they use it as like brownie points. And it's true and it's fine. That has nothing to do with Jews. That has nothing to do with George Floyd. I don't know why the fuck he's like upset. Okay, let's just keep going.
Definitely not to be out here letting a nigga think he's Steve Jobs.
Yeah, there's people like that. But you, as a great man, a visionary, your job is to understand that game and be one step ahead.
Well, that's why I'm telling them. That relationship, some relationships only last for a summer.
Yeah.
Some last for a year. The relationship ran its course. In that relationship, I invested a lot of my social capital and actual capital. I spent somewhere between $5 to $10 million personally on Balenciaga. How much money do you think Balenciaga had paid me in the past 2 years?
Kind, have a question for you. I'd rather have brain rot than talking shit about the guy feeding you right now in a spiritual war. You're a moron. So curious. Are you confused? Are you Jewish or Muslim? Because I think you have an identity crisis. Guys, don't ban this man from heaven so I can drop his ass when he's on high. Yo, this guy's fucking sick. Dude, come on. This is why I didn't want to ban this motherfucker. He's spitting, dude. Bars. Hey, dude, keep doing you. Okay? God, I love this shit. It's so patronizing too, like the way that evangelicals treat others is so like, I'm here for your salvation, even if you don't want it for yourself. It's like, bro, you're literally like you sound crazy. I know you think that probably solidifies your position more because you're like, everyone's crazy. Only I'm the fucking non-sinner here. But goddamn, dude.
Just take a really wild guess. A really wild.
Less than that.
Just take a super wild one. Just go to the furthest extent of your imagination.
1.2 million.
Lower.
Steven Seaman?
500,000.
Lower.
0.
0.
All right.
And actually, 2 weeks ago, I paid out of Saint's account $862,000, not in clothes for me from Balenciaga from the store, in royalties to Balenciaga, where the deal had been engineered where I was coming out of my pocket. So last year I paid Demna $3 million to design the collection, right? And we got it out of the Gap marketing fund. And he was going to deliver 160 SKUs or 120 SKUs. 100 SKUs are separate items of clothing, styles of clothing. So he ended up delivering about 60. I feel like we're on the people's court because we actually are, right? We're in the court of public opinion. So he delivered about 60. There were all kinds of people that were working. Part of the reason why I had to get Demna, like I didn't want to have to I wanted to compete with him. I didn't want to have to like get him. You know, when I made Stronger, I did it to compete with Timbaland and Justin Timberlake because my fiance at that time liked Justin Timberlake just a little bit too much. So,
oh my God, bro. What? Dude, every resentment, every instance in his life is fueled by a narcissistic desire and just petty resentments that he's had, worried about like someone else out competing him sexually. That's crazy, which is inherently the most conservative thing you can do. Being a cuck is literally at the heart of like 90% of conservative frustrations. Oh, immigrants are going to come here and they're going to outcompete us. You know what I mean? They're going to be dancing and our wives are going to want to fuck them. I don't want that. It's that. He is so cuck-pilled, dude. It's crazy. It's crazy, dude.
I made it to compete. And then we have the song out. It's #1 on Apple. It's blowing up. I play it in a club and it sounds muddy. It doesn't sound the way Sexy Back sounded in the club. So I go to Pharrell Williams to do the drums, and it sounds like a different record. I know it can't be a different record because I'm like, I'm going to swap it out on radio, right? Then I go to Swiss Beats. It sounds like a different record. I go to Timbaland, the person who did Sexy Back, and
Bro, this motherfucker straight sounds like Kanye right now. You can do a whole article on me. I'll come on your show, and if you're not racist against white people, oh, well, my friend, I don't know if you know this, but Yeah, that's gonna be awkward, dude. Yeah, that's me with short hair. Damn, Kotaku could not have used the worst photo of me, by the way. Holy shit. That's a little awkward. Okay, let's continue.
He did it in 5 minutes. And then
That chatter follows 250 people. 5 of them are men. Oh, no. Hey, you ain't seen the pearly gates, dog. You are not going to heaven with that kind of follow list, my friend. Let's be real. We know what you're doing. Oh, no. We know what you're doing, you menace. The most thirst follow list I've ever seen. Oh, no. Oh, no. Dude, listen. Follow the light of Allah and you know, repent.
spent the rest of the hour talking about how nobody could have done it except for him. Running around the studio. I'm the best. No one could have. That's why he had to go to me. He had to go to the king.
Well, he had a point, right?
He had a point, right? So
what makes the song muddy? Is it the beat?
it was in the drums. It was something that Timberland had in those drums. Like, now watch this. I said I'm going DEFCON 3, right? And the actual, I spelled
Bro, is he about to say that it was like a Jewish sound engineer that fucked this shit up or something? Because I'm going to fucking lose
it
it.
wrong. I have a tendency to do that. I'm not quite John Legend, tight sweater level, spelling bee level. So I feel a parallel to me going to Timberland to when I said, hey, you as an engineer, I need to work with you as an engineer that is Jewish to look at these contracts and what my people, not just black people, let's say artists, are dealing with in our contracts. These contracts need to be fixed.
You didn't pre-watch.
Everyone could be so mad at the messenger, right? Yay, you said it the wrong way. You're offensive. You're like Hitler now because you said it. You said this out loud. But it does not, you weren't getting enough sleep. All this shit does not negate the fact that we do have, Houston, we have a problem.
Yeah, but it's just the music industry. Like, there's a lot of hate that was created by just saying that, you know?
But you're saying what is just is everything to me.
Shut the fuck up about the echo. 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 I just turned on Austin's fucking microphone. Wait, is there still an echo? I don't get it. It's gone, right? God damn, y'all are so fucking annoying immediately, dude. Even that echo was most likely just like a tiny fucking baby bit that you were hearing because Austin's microphone had no noise gate. Calm down.
Me, right?
Yeah.
One person
Same
can
with
mean everything to me, right?
And for George Bush, winning an election was everything. And then when you said George Bush doesn't care about black people, that you woke him up. You woke the people up to the fact that he was narrowly being selfish. There's a sense to which you're being corrupted by your own greatness, that you're focusing too much on the industry that you've made great, that you've rose to the very top. One of the richest artists in history, one of the greatest designers.
I am the richest artist in history.
Oh,
probably the richest artist in history.
He's giving him credit and he's correcting the record.
They
say the funny thing is they're like, oh,
Jesus
richest
Christ.
black person, like, oh, also richest actor.
I don't think that's true, but it doesn't even fucking matter. Like, it doesn't matter. He is so fucking high off that capitalism sauce, dude. It's just like when you come for his net worth, he says he claims it's like a personal slight. Like, he makes it seem as though that is somehow slighting his moral fabric, his character, his personality, his everything. It's crazy.
Richest musician, richest fashion designer. Like, it's a bunch of riches in that one. You know what I'm saying? It's like richer than Ralph Lauren, like richer than Amani, like richest, like of that, but still low. Like, because where do you put that? You know, like on the totem. Because I don't even want to.
A man's bank account isn't everything. I would say you and I are equal. in a certain deep sense, no matter what the bank account.
Shut up, broke boy. Lex, you don't have Kanye money, bitch. Okay, now I'm on Kanye's side. Broke boy. Fucking, dude, money isn't everything? Yeah, okay, dude.
It says.
Voom, 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 voom. So, I wanted
What?
to give you some theme music for your
It
moments.
sounded a little muddy.
Let me give you the Timberland version.
Yeah. Thank you.
But okay.
Play that at the club.
So the other thing about like Balenciaga.
He didn't even respond. God damn it. Have a conversation, man. Holy shit. It's just him ranting and then Lex every now and then like interfering and just like trying to get more sense out of him and then him just not responding to it and moving on to it, whatever the fuck he wants to talk about.
Is Demna will work with Ye someday, and for Cedric and for Francois Pinault, and Salma is a beautiful human being.
What?
Talking about
5 years from now.
The designer behind Balenciaga, who he worked with the Gap collection when he like put together Gap and Balenciaga.
Know the name Ye?
You will never be able to fucking no. He doesn't give any sort of. He doesn't actually
give any backstory.
He doesn't actually give context or backstory to anything.
Talking.
He just says shit. I just know a lot about the background, which is why I'm trying to like describe it. You do need a lore master. He's just deranged. He's just fucking going on random tangents.
How do you even end up on this podcast?
Things that we did.
I do think that he ended up on this podcast possibly because of Elon. But
you can invite him on Fear End.
I would love to.
Balenciaga's not going to make it onto your questions. Would you, as a gambling man, would you bet on that?
I would bet on that. I can see it in your eyes. Let me ask you.
So it was sad. It was actually a sad day for me, not for me, but more for Balenciaga. I just when I heard that, I was just like, oh, shame.
Let me ask you a silly question, just about Demna. I read something that you two talked about, like buttons, for a few hours.
That might.
Yeah, most normal Kanye dick riding. Look, he made graduation. How is it hard to defend him? Easiest thing of my life. Anti-Semitism is bad. Graduation is better than the bad in anti-Semitism.
And they ratioed them too.
Yeah, I mean, it was TikTok.
Jesus.
Not exactly the brain trust, okay? Not exactly the best ideas are going on in the comment section of a TikTok at any given moment.
My gumdrop buttons?
Just in that accent.
Me and Dim only speak in Shrek.
What's your philosophy with which you approach design? You are one of the great fashion designers of our time. How do you think about it? Do you have a philosophy?
You know what I like about the zipper is the zipper hoodie replaces the dress shirt. Because you could get on your douchebag shit and like unzip it and give it a little bit of, that type of look. And
which is the douchebag?
Like when the the douchebags that go to Vegas and unbutton their dress shirt.
Yeah.
And the problem with the pullover hoodie is
I do that. I'm not a
douchebag thing where you unbutton it, but then still get the stomach. Because the thing is, the ultimate look would be like, military tank, pullover hoodie, and if you get a little hot, you take off the hoodie, but you're like crazy in shape.
Mm-hmm. So it gives you that flexibility.
Oh, it kind of hides it.
Yeah, it's giving the zipper's giving some flexibility, and it's like maybe you want to keep your jacket on. Like it's considered like a hoodie to be like a jacket. If you want to keep your jacket on, then you might want to do this as opposed to pulling it all the way off.
Yeah.
So, and it's just comfort. But then you get, okay, can I do a jogging pant on this with elasticity? Now, people argue about climate, where we are with the climate. I take a responsibility as being the most influential designer of all time to say we're going to use biodegradable clothing. Now, the issue there is
are we talking about?
The elastic is
he just claimed he was the most Influential
So
person.
that means it's
reducing
actually
the carbon
better to
footprint of
use
biodegradable
jeans
clothing.
and a belt than to have an elastic waistband.
What is he
Because
talking
elastic
about?
waistband is now
Austin, will it shock you if I tell you that that is the least unhinged thing he's said thus far?
Has this been an hour and a half of this?
It's been like 4 hours more like because I keep pausing.
Jesus Christ.
Um,
God
Yeah.
damn, people are fucking crazy.
yeah, no, it's just a sequence of like Kanye West's like greatest, most unhinged moments. If we're being real, that's mostly what this has been so far.
Yeah. Well, I don't want to. I think this is a good segue here. I just wanted to say bye, but I didn't want to interrupt.
Oh, you're leaving?
Yeah, because I got to go to dinner.
All right.
See you in a week.
Here, I gotta open the door for you.
Oh.
Yeah.
biodegradable. So I use the planet as the future of the planet is a big piece of the way I engineer and the way we talk about where designs are going.
The constraints on your design and engineering is given by the planet, by the future of the planet.
Yes. That could almost make Jewish people like me again.
What the fuck, dude? Just don't mention.
Every time you say Jewish people,
yeah, just
I
don't.
think I've been maybe reading a little too much about World War.
Dude, no. Lex Fridman is 100% correct. Something that I would not say normally. Okay, he is 100% correct. That like every time Kanye West says Jewish people, it's just like, don't do it. Don't do it. He thinks it's fucking cute to be anti-Semitic. Yeah, it's just like he already lost that. Like he can't do that.
Or two, but man, I'd recommend you listen to some audiobooks or read some books on the Holocaust because like it's heavy. It's heavy. It will put into context the impact of your words.
Would you read books on the current Holocaust that Black people are in?
No, I mean I read.
What have you read about abortion?
I've read a lot of short form writing and I've listened to a lot of debates because it's really humbling that the question of when does life begin is a really difficult question for me as an engineer and scientist. It's a philosophical question.
I mean, we could just go on population control.
He's right. No. It's not. If you come on. The reality is that obviously there's never going to be a consensus on any like matter that pertains to philosophy. But the reality is, yes, of course, where life begins is not an easy question to answer. Come the fuck on. If you've ever taken any kind of introductory philosophy course or any sort of philosophy course whatsoever, you already know that. It is virtually impossible to answer, which is why I always tell you, don't talk about that. There is no reason to talk about that. That's not how you cut policy. Policy is not cut on philosophical underpinnings, okay? That's not how that works. Policy is cut on the impact of real human beings' lives, okay? That's how you do it. That's the reason why I always tell you, don't fucking debate that conversation whatsoever, because it's always going to lock you into a straw man, or it's always going to lock you into an unmanageable position, okay? And that's not the reason. The reason for the abortion conversation does not hinge on that. Like, they don't even have a philosophical conversation around where life begins when abortion, like anti-abortion activists are fucking advocating for it. They already talk about life as though it is definitely beginning at conception because they claim that it's in the fucking Bible. Okay? So when he says it is difficult to have that conversation or to think about that, he's right. It is difficult. Okay? The philosophical underpinnings of where life begins might be a difficult conversation to have. It might be a complex conversation with a lot of nuance one that you will never truly arrive at an answer for. But the conversation around abortion is not about that. The conversation around abortion is about the female bodily autonomy. Okay? That's it. And that is not a difficult conversation to have. That's an easy conversation to have. Women should have autonomy over their own bodies. Okay? That's it. That's it. Okay? It's simple. A to B. Don't ever try to engage in like a quick form back and forth debate. Don't try to engage in it from a philosophical point of view, because the other side is never going to do that. They already have the philosophy down because they're landing on the Bible. Okay?
Like, if abortion is right or wrong, we could say factually the clinics were made by eugenics for population control, and it is controlling the population, as is the never being.
No. Faygold is saying black women, like Faygold is saying that is what Kanye's understanding of abortion is. Calm down, guys. A 25-month subscriber did not fucking say that unironically. And they're right. They're saying that like Kanye personally believes that like black women are too stupid to have no autonomy, have no decision-making processes, and are being controlled by population control. People that want to control the population.
And given a 40 acres and a mule, so you don't have the opportunity. And when the people that do have the opportunity are separated from our people, our tribe, and placed in suburban communities next to, as Chris Rocco put it, the dentist, and whitewashed and made to shut the fuck up and vote left or whatever niggers are supposed to do when we make it, as opposed to saying, okay, we're building.
I've never heard him say the hard R this much. Like, on his conservative arc, he's been dropping the hard R like way more frequently. It's kind of, it is weird.
Schools, we're building up choirs, we're building up our own leagues, basketball teams, our own factories. We started the first sportswear factory in America since World War II.
Why is it weird if he has a listen to say it? You mean a license to say it? I mean, of course, I'm not going to be like, oh man, he can't say it. He can say whatever the fuck he wants. But the way he's saying it, especially the way he's saying it and everything else contextually around what he is saying is anti-black. So, it makes it seem racist coming even from him, a black man. That was my point. And I think that's the point that even is echoed by a lot of people in the chat as well. Black people say it ironically all the time, man. No, I know. I'm just saying that I've never heard him say it this much. Hasan should read Champagne Poppy. Hasan should just change his channel name to I'm Offended. Motherfucker, I don't give a shit. You idiot. Also, you can be offended. Like, there's nothing wrong with being offended. Conservatives get offended at everything all the fucking time. Conservatives get offended at the concept of miscegenation. You know what I mean? Like, people that are in a loving relationship. Conservatives get offended at the idea of marginalized groups having civil liberties. The fuck do you mean? Oh, son, I'm offended all the time. Shut the fuck up, bitch. Yeah, if you're going to be offended all the time, at least be offended at the right things. You know what I mean? Be offended at the stupidity of people. Be offended at the top of the hour ad break. Because sometimes when the top of the hour ad break comes, you don't have a fucking $5 a month subscription. And you're just sitting there and you're waiting for it. And you're like, I know it's going to come. When is he going to do the segue? comes to the top of the hour as always. But if you don't have a fucking $5 a month subscription or a free one in the form of a Twitch Prime to use here, or you're not lucky enough to get gifted a sub from HasanAbi, thank you for the 5 gifted, and Potato Sack Ryan, thank you for the 5 gifted, allowing 10 people to no longer see the ads as well, then you're cooked. You're going to watch the ad right now. Here it is. Wardle Turtle, thank you for the 10 gifted.
Was actually
Tommy Cool, thank you for the 25
this
gifted.
factory I put in Cody. So, I'm 45 years old. We're on this journey right now. It's the other thing about this is like people just in general, they love me so much. I'm like actually a hard guy to really hate for a long period of time just because of like my huge cock. And
That's what I noticed. I didn't understand why you showed it to me when we first met, but now I understand.
Oh my God, Resnex, thank you for the 5. Miami Pat, thank you for the 5. Bro, he's got penis on the mind, brother. That was weird.
yeah.
It's very nice. Congratulations. I know you don't talk about it, but your hat does say 24.
Yeah.
If you run for president, what kind of ideas would you represent?
Mr. Cubop, thank you for the 5 gifted.
That we're beings with engineering opportunities. I would represent
Okay. What?
just as you served a platform here, there's something that happened on my last.
He's like, fuck, how do I tie this back to Jews right now? He's like, he just short-circuited a little bit. He was like, fuck, man, how am I going to, I got to think about this real quick.
Last run that I know was brilliant. It was noisy, but it was brilliant. I had one rally, and in the rally, I just let people come up and I gave them a platform. It's our responsibility to listen to the pain and hear the pain and understand. Even
Wait, I got to pause this for a second. Someone said, Kanye used the N-word with a hard R to disparage black people, not ironically. Kanye used the N-word to disparage other black people, like he's definitely not being ironic like that other chatter suggested. No, he is being ironic, but his irony is still, in that situation, if you look past the irony, he is still using that as a way to disparage black people. Yes. Like, he's using it in the ironic way for sure, still. Because he's claiming, like, liberals are the real racists that say, the N-word with a hard R can't wear the MAGA hat. But the overarching statement behind that is still that, like, in order to break through that monolith, you have to be a Republican and a racist. And that resentment is still there, yes. It's the same shit Candace Owens does, by the way. Like, identical.
when we're the ones that cause the pain, like with my tweet, it's my responsibility to hear you and understand why you feel like that. But it's our responsibility as a people to understand each other.
To give people a voice.
People need the voice. And even right now, what I'm doing or how God is using me, I'm showing where our voices are being muted. There's professors that are actually intelligent, actually have multiple degrees that have been canceled from their schools.
Oh,
and they don't
no.
have a music industry or a fan base
Oh,
or shoe
no.
design.
Bro, he knows his audience, bro. He knows. No. He's too. Bro, he has too much clarity to, like, for anyone to be like, oh man, well, maybe Kanye's like manic here. Yo, this that statement right there alone makes all the other like anti-Semitic shit way more damning. Okay, bro, he just what you think he doesn't know about the fucking the Lex Fridman podcast? You think he just like dropped that for no reason? Come on, dude.
Or a smoking hot ex-wife to complain about. They've just got the truth of what they saw and what they dedicated to this country and to education that has been muted by schools that have been taken over with an agenda. And so you want the brightest minds to be these professors, and then you mute them, and they have nowhere to go. And you might get a guy now that went from being someone's favorite professor to he's working at Starbucks like he was back at school or like he was back in high school.
So even if that voice is about anger and hate, it still deserves to be heard.
Yeah, it deserves to be heard. And we deserve to ask why. Like you have to ask why. I just feel like I feel like that is sympathize with Mr. Hugecock. I'm just saying that
What?
it just needs to be.
You should change that to your name on Twitter while you're still allowed on there.
Yeah. Do you think that would get censored? I feel like they definitely cut it down some inches. I'm pointing out this. I'm pointing out this truth. No, I'm serious. This is not a Christian thing, right? And I wonder right there when I say these jokes, is it something that because I do feel like laughter is the key. Engineering and laughter, right, is the key to peace. Like when I go get my teeth cleaned and I have the nitrous, there's something that I want to go and hug Chris Jenner. I want to go and hug Corey Gamble. I want to go and hug, Howard Stern. No one wants to hug Howard Stern. I mean, but just if one.
No. I would love to see you two hug it out and make up, even though all this shit talking back and forth.
What about talking it out, or is he going to be screaming at me?
Yeah, judgmental and that kind of stuff. No, I hope there's love there.
The thing is, I think Howard's just jealous.
Yeah,
not just jealous of my cock. He's also he's jealous that I started my campaign earlier than him.
Bro, where is the cock thing coming from? Dude, that's so strange, man. Why does he keep saying like that's so odd? Yo, he heard Charlemagne the God. Like, well, he probably heard it the first time around, but like, now that it's like coming out again and they're rehashing that's the reason why he must be talking about his cock a lot, right? For those of you who don't know, I'm talking about Charlemagne the God exposing Kanye West alongside Andrew Schultz, as a matter of fact, where apparently Kanye called Charlemagne the God and was like, you have to fucking attack Pete Davidson, and yelled at him on a phone call saying like a white boy with a 10-inch penis is fucking my wife and you won't, like, you say you're for the culture. I'm going to be honest though, like, even if he has a fucking massive one, okay? Even if Kanye West has a massive penis, he has talked about Pete Davidson so much that like it doesn't even fucking matter at this point. Like, no one will believe him unless he just straight up shows it. You know what I mean? Yeah, he probably has an artistic 7. No, we know what area. No, we know how big Pete Davidson is. We don't know how big Kanye's is. That's what I was saying.
You got to let go of that jealousy.
You got to let go of that jealousy, Howard. You got to
Howard and everybody else. Jealousy is a natural human thing, man.
I wonder, just as a Christian, right, when I joke and say this stuff, it's like, am I being disobedient to God? Because as a boss, right, I'll talk to um an employee and I'll be like, why didn't you just listen? Because I've got the bigger plan, right? So it's like me talking to God, were there things that I did in this interview that were disobedient to God? And for those things I pray and I repent for anything that I've said that was disobedient to God.
But
Or
humor is not one of them. Joking is, I feel like humor is the way we avoid so much suffering in the world. It's the way to, it's like a catalyst
yeah.
for love. Like it's a way to, people that have gone through some of the darkest trauma that I've ever met through war. I just came back from Ukraine. They're laughing. They're making jokes. That's the best way to deal with dark times. I don't know what it is about like humans. I feel like humor, that's the best way to socially engineer a good future, I think, is humor. Not taking shit too seriously. That's the problem with censorship. One of the things that really suffer is humor. Jokes. Maybe going too far in the jokes. You mentioned Anthony Jeselnik. That guy goes hard. That guy goes really hard, and it's great. He crosses all the lines, and that's why he's a genius. And that's what people feels refreshing when he does it. I don't know what it is.
But then it's like hurtful when I do it. But I'll tell you something that was interesting. I'm pretty sure Anthony doesn't like, sorry for the assumption, but just most comedians I know didn't vote for Trump.
That's interesting.
Not saying there aren't comedians that did, but just the ones I know, because I live in California, right?
But
I don't think Kanye West has ever joked about, like, when he's talking about Jewish people, he seems dead serious. Like, not to be that guy, but the guy who's like, jokes are inappropriate. Like, yeah, I don't think he's like, I don't think he's joking at all.
they have an appreciation for Trump because of the sense of humor.
What is this? Normal day for Hasan. Cover the news for like 6 hours. Do a sponsor stream with Germa. Try on Halloween costumes with Valkyrie and Mion. Go to a Halloween party. Play Valorant with Kai and Your Rage until 3 a.m. Get a FaceTime call at 5 a.m. from FaZe Banks about politics. Yeah, this is literally what happened. This is unironically what happened. That was a very normal Saturday for me, leading into Sunday morning. I did not have a conversation with FaZe because I was sleeping.
Humor.
Yeah.
I gotta ask you about parlor and engineering because I'm interested about that.
Dum 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 dum.
Hey man, I'm actually trying to hold it together. You're pretty offensive towards a lot, and
I'm not looking to be offensive. I
shit.
really want to bring people together and get these
I
sales
know,
done.
but the work, I 100%. I see your
Dude, that was like adult. Kai said he's down to play Valo again tonight. I DM'd him earlier, but he hasn't DM'd me back. Dude, that was a tone. That was a tone shift. He went older bro here. He little broed him a little bit. That's crazy.
vision,
If I really
What?
want to bring people together,
and
I'm not looking to be offensive. I really want.
hey man, I'm actually trying to hold it together. You're pretty offensive towards a lot.
That was a very serious. That is a fucking very awkward moment.
And
I'm not looking to be offensive. I really want to bring people together and get these
I
sales
know,
done.
but the work, I 100%. I see your vision.
How do we do
But
that?
somebody you care. Don't say Jewish media and Jewish controlled media.
JM.
Dude,
Like,
come
man,
on,
you sound like it sounds too much like 1930s Nazi Germany that was leading up to the atrocities.
Oh, he would say JM?
Yeah, he was branded JM. That's right. No, it's just the implied, like this memeified prejudice towards a group in a way that's going to lead to hate. And I know you don't mean that. I know you have love in your heart. That's
You know
why I'm
what's
trying
the
to
you know
like.
what's the prejudice towards a group that led to hate? BLM. BLM took
Oh
a
my
black person,
God.
showed
Oh,
his death on camera because okay, there are examples of us being killed and being killed on camera, but if it was spread on camera, it was done on purpose by the media because 14, 20 kids get killed in Chicago every week and it's not spread that much. They, like you said, singled out a person, directed everything on that person, right, as the martyr, and raised the people that hadn't had any. We didn't have our 40 acres and a mule. We didn't have, like a lot of things, right? Like,
it's such a weird fucking, it's such a strange new way of being anti-black. Like, while you're simultaneously talking about like black kids being killed in Chicago, but then you turn around and you're just saying like as though the George Floyd execution by the state wasn't motivated, or rather the neglect leading up to that execution is not nearly identical. The systemic roots of both of those issues is the same. It's white supremacy. You can't be a white supremacist and simultaneously bring up kids in Chicago. The people that do that on the right are doing it to deflect away from the main problem because they don't give a shit about the kids in Chicago. You're trying to do it like they do it, but then you also like legitimately will act like you do care, which I think there is like an older part of him that does care. He's not understanding that is a weapon that they wield. It's a shield. It's a deflection. There's no follow-up.
that black people have not ever been given. So once we're given just a little bit, like your life matters, right? Then we literally like, oh, okay, now we're being heard, right? But actually the death toll is up. The city where this happened is completely been turned to a war zone. It's actually something like Candace Owens can actually specify this better, but it's like its own city or something. Like they made it not be a part of the actual state or something. It's like DC and stuff. It's like Washington DC now and stuff. Like, and that has to
What?
be from a government, that's got higher level agenda written all over it.
Yeah, they're using the death of an individual. Yeah, sure.
What?
The
Yeah.
media are.
The
Not the
media.
Jewish media, the media. And that's the media is fucked up. That machine.
Bro, that's crazy. This is a crazy conversation. Lex is like, listen, King, you can be as bigoted as you want towards black people. I love that shit. Just don't do the Jew thing, okay? The fuck? What the fuck is he even? What is he doing? What the fuck is he doing at this point? He's like, dude, just yeah, keep the shitting on thing, keep the anti-black sentiment, but don't come for the Jews. Is a fucking ridiculous way to handle this conversation. He's just saying insane stuff.
Takes whatever tragedy and pushes it towards whatever narrative that gets more clicks and views and so on. Sure, and then politicians do the same. They use the media, they influence the media to tell a story. And
this is a simple thing I'll put. I believe that the idea of anti-Semitism and the closeness of the Holocaust is used by.
And then Kanye's like, no, I'm still gonna fucking be anti-Semitic. So I guess it's just like,
certain individuals in media to not take accountability for the bad things that are happening. And what's happening is there's a new frontier, right? Meaning, like, it used to be okay for somebody to be a billionaire. We thought about a billionaire, right? A lot of times you think of 'em actually kind of being out of shape, and 20 years ago, 30 years ago, like Onassis or something, like you thought about it a different way. Now you think about a billion, you think about Elon, you think Kim, think Ye, you think it's a new kind of billionaire. It's not just Soros is a billionaire. It's a new form of billionaire. Well, right now, what I'm calling for the industry is I'm calling the industry out and saying, like, hey, it just so happens that there's been times where I had my lawyer was Jewish, my regulator was Jewish, but like 8 people that basically would collude and talk without me were in groups saying, okay, this is what the tour is going to be. This is his next house. And they were making all these decisions and they're making all this money. And at the end, I was like, I ended my tour and I don't have the money. And it just so happens that that's the case, that what they were. But what I'm saying is, if everyone can say, hey, you can't point out this fact, or we're going to say you're anti-Semitic and we're going to call you Hitler, I feel that there has to be at least 1% of safeguarding the ability to screw the artist based on saying it's anti-Semitic by pointing out that they just so happen to all be Jewish. And I
Bro, what the fuck? Oh my God.
don't think
he's
that's
still-
anti-Semitism. I just think that's, hey, this is another thing. Like, okay, the Kardashians, when you hear that, do you think male or do you think female? You think female. You get what I'm saying? You think this is the realities. This is why rap works, right? They're going to make an anti-women thing in a second, right? And it's going to say, well, if you point out that these 6 women are having a meeting on where the Christmas party is, and none of the ball players or rappers that they have babies with have any say so that Christmas happened at Courtney's house all 8 years when I was there, and it never happened at anyone else's black family house, right? If I'm the one that pointed it out, they just don't have, they don't have their, oh, you're anti-Semitic word to say, shut the fuck up.
Yeah, but
Because this is the way it runs, and this is the way we want to do it.
if you say that women are silencing the black voice, yes, you're gonna get the same response. But especially if it historically
But
resonates,
what about the fact that it's true?
when you talk in groups, that breeds hate. When you talk about individuals, it solves problems.
And this-
You're in engineering.
Okay, but this is something I pointed out on Pierce. I said, if a black person gets pulled over with a car and it's 3 other people in the car, they're also going to jail.
Okay, but you recognize that that's a bad thing. Racial profiling, and also like weird sentencing rules surrounding weird sentencing rules in the criminal justice system are bad. So like, why did nobody tell Kanye West like, hey, 2 wrongs don't make a right? It's just, oh my God, conservatives are so fucking stupid. Why did Kanye stop writing this stuff down? I think his brain is working on overdrive now. It's also a bad analogy. Not all Jewish people are in the car. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't even matter because like the concept revolves around profiling. He's trying to bring it. He is trying to literally say like, oh, well, they profiled me.
They're not going to single them out. They're going to say you guys are all in collusion. I just described collusion 5 times.
Yeah, it's not even racial profiling. That's just how accomplice laws work. Yes, I know. But
times in this interview, and you keep on going back to this is like 1930, this is like this is like that. What I'm saying is, look, I want to work with you as an engineer to free my people. Can we start as a being with engineer opportunities right here?
Yes.
I am sorry to the people who had to be hurt and affected by that. Now we are here, and I'm looking to solve it. But what happens is every time if I talk to any of these business people one by one, because mind you, I didn't get to the tweet by not having a conversation. I had the conversations beforehand before I got to the tweet. Now we're going to take it to the stage. Now we're on the world stage, right? And you
I don't think he understands that he's also like ruining an otherwise good point that he could be making. Because like the good point is, and the correct point is, executives, capital owners, capital owning executives, especially in the record industry, the record label owners, are fucking exploitative. Okay? They're awful, they're exploitative, and they profit off of black plight, they profit off of black bodies, and they profit off of everyone in general. Okay? But when you just like weirdly turn that into some anti-Semitic fucking rant, you literally are destroying your own argument that you were making. Hold on, I gotta open the door for
saw
Austin.
Ari Emanuel do exactly the kind of thing that I was saying had been done behind closed doors. Now he's doing it in open doors. They told Candace Owens I couldn't be on the Daily Wire. Like, you can't even explain yourself. And we don't care how you got to that point either. And that's fucked up.
They told Candace you can't be on Daily
It's not
Wire?
even about, yes, she did. That's what they said. And you know what? And you can have my voice raised or lower. I'm going to do it lower, right? Because what's happening to me I put in your words, lower.
Wait, what did
He
they do to Candace
That's what
Owens?
They said.
They told Candace you can't be on Daily
It's not
Wire?
even about, yes, she did. That's
Yeah, I wonder why. Ben is such a bitch, dude. Ben Shapiro is such a bitch. Dude, no, I think how you get banned from the Daily Wire, you just say deeply anti-Semitic things. So they probably were like, yeah, we shouldn't have him say this because then Ben is going to have to shit on Kanye West. Yeah.
what they said. And you know what? And you can have my voice raised or lower. I'm going to do it lower, right? Because what's happening to me I put in your words, the media is saying, not only can you not explain yourself, we don't care how you got to that point. You need to apologize, and you can't explain, and that's the end of the story. So just apologize so we can have Mel Gibson do some more films. Is exactly what Ari Emanuel was saying. No one is looking to change the problem that led so many people.
Bro, because the problem is not what you think it is. The problem is not Jewish people. Oh my God, no one is ever going to get to him, dude. It's just like his anti-Semitism has hit like the highest stage you can get. Okay? The only stage higher than this is just straight up like advocating for the Holocaust. You know what I mean? So he's not... He's just like, bro, he literally just compared himself to Mel Gibson, okay? That's crazy.
To that same level of frustration. And I just so happen to be the one that's not going to back up on it until this changes. Because you know what? I'm sorry I had a sleepy text. I'm sorry I wrote. I'm sorry for everything. I'm sorry that I put that I was 5'12" or 5'11" on Tinder. Okay, my cock is not 14 inches. I lied. Okay, it's only 13.
Yeah.
So I'm sorry, right?
Yeah.
So the
Wow, he's dropping so many facts today.
So what I'm saying is, but where do we get to this? Because even you, as engineering, as intelligent as you are, you, just like everyone else that I'm saying was colluding, won't let us get to the point of fixing it.
Yeah, but I think you're more powerful than the media. I'm not saying you need to apologize because of the media. I'm saying everything we've been talking about just because I care for you and I want you to be the best possible man you can be. To me, a definition of a great man, I'm with Martin Luther King on this. You don't talk about Jews or black people. You talk about engineering. You talk about humanity. You solve problems. You identify the problems in the world, and you don't come from a place of resentment. This group did this. Fuck all that. That is in the past. You just build solutions. I'm going to create a new record label. I'm going to create a new design firm. I'm going to create a new social network. I'm going to do it better. I'm going to do it right. I'm going to do it right by the people that I know don't have a voice. I'm going to give them a voice and talk about that.
Is it okay to call out collusion? Do people collude in your business under you? Like the engineers, they come together and like say they collude against the bosses, right? You know why Bernard Arnault offered the deal and took it away from me?
They collude against the bosses. Oh my God, my man he's about to come for the unions, dog. He's like, the fucking workers are colluding. That's fucked up. I mean, this is just straight Nazi shit. Anti-union resentment, juice control, the media. I mean, he's hitting all the high notes, dude.
Collusion. Because I was too powerful with the collective that I had right there. He had to stop that at all costs. They said, for whatever reason, this kid, Ye, it has the ability to have all of the Kardashians, Jay-Z and Beyonce, Justin Bieber, Demna, Virgil, all these.
Yeah, bro. Louis Vuitton didn't want to have you because you were too good. Yeah, no, that's not copium. Yeah, I think Louis Vuitton just simply was like, man, Kanye is too good. That's why we shouldn't work with him.
These people in the same room working towards a same goal. I've been that person since preschool. That's called a leader, right? And right now, what I'm saying is, hey, for the people in business, whatever their background is, whether they turn their cell phones off on Friday or not, there's been some bad business done. There's some bad business practices, and we have to change that because this game is like boxing. More people end up retarded than rich. And I'm saying like beat to a pulp, driven crazy, beat by the media to a pulp. Right now, the media has done everything they could to make me apologize and to make me look crazy. And not one person has done anything.
No, actually, not a single person has ever gotten this much fucking help from every outlet that he's ever been on for so routinely and regularly, openly fucking saying anti-Semitic shit. And the only reason why people are doing that is because of who Kanye West once was, okay? That's it. That's it. It is mind-boggling that he has gotten this many breaks and people are still trying to save him. Every time they have a conversation with Kanye West, it comes across like they're just telling him, like, listen, don't say this instead. Come on, Kanye, why don't you say this instead? And I don't mean like Kanye would be correct, like the way I'm describing it, where I say Kanye would be correct if he said the problem was capitalism and not anti-Semitism. They try to overlook his anti-Semitism.
Thing to find out why I was frustrated enough to do that tweet, and that's facts, and that's fucked up.
Well, I was hoping to. I am finding out. We found out. I mean, but like, I want solutions. Like, see, there's something about human nature where if you focus too much on resentment,
we're not focusing on it anymore. Fuck the resentment.
Right.
We're moving forward.
Right. So there's two things I think that are required for. I mean, this is how I've lived my life for great engineering. You surround yourself in your personal life by people you trust, and then in your professional life, from the engineering perspective, with a team. With an incredible team, and everything else doesn't matter. That allows you not to focus on other groups, how they're fucking you over, how they're like trying to manipulate or collude and all that kind of stuff. You focus on solutions and you find a way around all the difficult shit. That's it. If you have people in your life you can trust, that's like lifelong. You said like some people you're with for the summer, for a year. Find people you can be with for your whole life. Do you have people in your life that you trust? Like really trust?
No, I trust God. At any point, a human being can, like, I could, like, if I, like, go and, like, really, treat this guy like a piece of shit or do this, am I supposed to, trust him to be loyal and stay in the situation? No, I trust people to be people, and people are flawed. And people can have the right intentions, but it only makes sense for us to work together when our agendas align. when Kim was pulled really far to the left, our agendas no longer, aligned. So that made the marriage impossible. It aligned where it's like, oh, I could wear a red hat that can help her to get Alice Johnson out of jail because Trump's willing to do that for my wife because I was the only person in my position that stood up and said, wait a second, I like you. Because
But isn't there a deeper agenda, the human agenda of just being in love? Like, that's just what you're talking about. Red hat is just politics, right?
I mean, the world is becoming more and more transactional every day, and actually, marriages are actually originally based on transactions. And that's why they're less needed the more autonomous as we come, or the world makes it less needed. I feel like we do need each other. I feel like we do need someone we can always, count on. It's like I'm pulled away by King Koopa, which is the media, the politics, the promise, oh, we're going to keep you safe. So the reason why I get, really frustrated with Kris Jenner is she says losing Rob Kardashian was the greatest mistake of her life, but she never gave Kim's hand over in marriage because this is the bottom line. When me and Kim met, we were millionaires or whatever, right? You're telling me you just hand her hand over in marriage that your daughter's not successful? Handing your hand over in marriage too. But no, she had to still be the husband to all of her daughters. And we see what the results are consistently. So that's where I get, frustrated. It's like, let that go. Let this person do what you made mistakes on. Don't make this person relive those same mistakes and then put that agenda into my daughters too.
Is there somebody in your life close to you that you trust enough to call you out on your bullshit? We're all full of shit sometimes.
What's my bullshit?
Well, some of it I pointed out today, but I don't know you deeply enough.
Though? What was the bullshit?
Jewish media,
That's not bullshit. The bullshit is that the Jewish media won't admit.
Your dad was right. Your dad was right. The words you used, you weren't.
I said it. You're not gonna make me say it 800 more times.
I don't know if it resonated because you keep saying like the words.
Did it resonate to y'all that y'all ain't do nothing about it, and that all y'all want to do is have somebody apologize or sweep under the rug your bullshit that you've been doing the whole time?
Shit, he's coming after Lex too. He said like he's not. What the fuck? Dude, that changeup is crazy. What the fuck? Bro, that's wild. Took him an hour and 52 to fucking get to the point where he's like,
time. You on the same bullshit as the other people. So you're doing the same thing that the other, let's say media, because I'm not allowed to say, has done. So until somebody
Which is what, man? I'm trying to call you out in your bullshit because I hope I'm somebody you can trust.
I don't fucking trust you.
Well, you should find.
Bro, this is so awkward. What the fuck? Yo, what the fuck? Oh no. I mean, you didn't see this coming, bro. I didn't think he was gonna pop off on him like that and be like, you're like them. You're with them. This section is labeled accountability. Bro, what the fuck?
Find people in your life you can trust.
Don't tell me what I should do. I'm not one of your BLM marchers.
Listen, I'm with you on the BLM. A lot of organizations.
No, he's not talking about BLM, the organization, Lex. He's talking about Black Lives Matter, the movement, okay? Don't act like he's just criticizing the organization. Why are you still deflecting for this dude? He just came at you directly and said he doesn't trust you. You're one of them, and you're just like, oh, well, you know, trust me, Kanye. I don't like BLM either. Come on, Kanye.
Huge tragedy. And I watched the Candace Owens documentary.
And what was your take on it?
I think it's important to question the mainstream narratives, but I don't agree with it. I still believe that George Floyd died from the knee of the cop, not from fentanyl.
And even if that was the case, there's still 50% of black deaths is actually abortion.
Bro, what the fuck? Dude, what the fuck? He is just...
So let's get into engineering. Let's just go, because
how do you fix that?
Population control is social engineering, and its most literal form. The blacks that are under population control. That's something that, I mean, that's just what it is.
African Americans are not choosing to get the abortion. I mean, it's a choice. It's an individual choice.
But we're being influenced to.
Well, then speak to the community and help. I mean, I don't know what the engineering solutions there are. It could be you're doing that in part by speaking to the value and the power of family.
Well, watch this. I was building shelters. I bought land in Calabasas, and I bought 2 ranches in Wyoming. 300 acres in Calabasas, 12,000 acres in total in Wyoming. And I started building ideas for shelters. And God set it on my heart to make monasteries, which would be modern day facilities that don't turn people down, that have farms, that have shelter, clothing, but first of all, water, first of all, knowledge, because knowledge is the most important resource to our species above water. Knowledge, it's itself, because then you can go get water. I mean, you can argue, like, if you're a baby, how do you get water? But the baby doesn't have it, you know? So someone with the knowledge then feeds the baby the water. But it's important that those with the knowledge teach the baby how to find the water themselves. And the business people that I've been dealing with have been keeping the baby sick by not sharing the information and the knowledge within inside of those contracts. My people are sick. If I load up Apple Music right now and I play the top songs in the rap chart, I would tell you my people are sick. If I go to the restaurants and opportunity zones and we look at the calorie rating and the cholesterol, I will tell you that my people are sick. If we look at the obesity rate, if you go to just a restaurant somewhere in Middle America, Denny's or something, I went to Denny's the other day, you will see that my people are sick. And my people meaning all people, right? But black people are very influential to all people. So, right, if the media picks a overweight black woman and says this is body goals, then the media are influencing my people to stay sick. And it just so happens that night, I was so frustrated after 20 years that I had to call it out in one tweet.
Dude, what the fuck? Again, when he talks about like super high calorie, not exactly nutrient dense foods, or food deserts, or whatever the fuck, there's a legitimate reason to critique that, right? It's a structural issue. It's about poverty. How the fuck do you go back to the media colluding with Jewish people, like the Jewish media doing that to black people? How the fuck do you go to Lizzo Lizzo's like anti-fat shaming movement is just simply to stop harming fat people. Because fat shaming doesn't actually, cause people to lose weight. It's just not. It's just demonstrably proven not to. Okay, that's it. No one is like, hey, you should not be healthy. But you also recognize why people aren't healthy. If you're going to talk about why people aren't healthy, not because there is some collusion. Well, there is some collusion, actually. The reason why people aren't healthy is because of capitalist collusion. Collusion between food producers, government subsidies that they get, and how much they market unhealthy foods to people, and how they present unhealthy food options, and sometimes even limit healthier food options. Okay? That part is the capitalist collusion. All for the profit motive in general. Can't say this shit about Biggie Smalls, but we'll say it about Lizzo because she's a woman too. I think that there is truth to that as well. For sure.
That now, even if I say, hey, okay, I was frustrated for these reasons, now it's not good enough. You've literally tried to make me re-apologize 10 times in this meeting, re-say this, re-say that, but it doesn't change the fact that my people are sick, and I'm the only person in my position that will say that my people are sick. Today, not 30 years ago, not 60 years, my people are sick today. 50% of my people's of deaths are abortion today. My people don't have the opportunities today. Even to the point that, because if JP Morgan had been nice to me, and if Alex Klein, a STEM player, had been fair to me, different things, then I wouldn't even point it out that we don't have any black, we have 2 black engineers. So I have to have.
Wait, what? He's even fucking mentioning that, like, it wasn't even like a overarching moral reason as to why he wanted more black kids in STEM. Is that the people that he talked to were literally mean to him. That's crazy. It's
a responsibility, obviously, to all people, but specifically to my tribe, because tribes move. You know, tribalism is real with black people. To separate the brightest from the tribe, or to separate the leaders, it is factual that the CIA removed the leaders from the black community, put crack in the communities, put guns in the communities, and locked up all the leaders and called them gang leaders, right? Locked up all the leaders, locked up all the fathers. Now, 72% of black mothers are raising children by themselves. This is an agenda, like a Tuskegee experiment, set on my people, right? And what I'm calling out for the black people in entertainment is, what are we doing? We have to collude. And if we don't collude, because even if I said, hey, I'd like to make a company that's all black, right? Is that okay for me to say? Is that okay for me to say? Or is that anti-Semitic? See, if I hadn't crossed the line so far, then that would have sounded anti-Semitic. Now I've stretched a bit, so now we can go to...
Oh, thank God, man. Oh, no, he was doing experimental anti-Semitism, actually. Guys, you don't understand. He was being overtly anti-Semitic so he could be like... So he could, like, uplift black people through anti-Semitism somehow, but, like, with marginal moments of it, I think. He was doing tactical anti-Semitism. Brilliant.
Okay, let's make an all-black company. But that would have been anti-Semitic. Just that concept. Because you could word that in a different way that would sound anti-Semitic.
I don't know, man. I have to
listen. What if I said I didn't want to have the Jewish people in the company, would that be anti-Semitic? It would sound like it, right? You'd say I'm from 1930s, right?
Yeah.
But for me as a tribe to say, no, I want an all-black company, right?
I'm generally against that kind of thing, but first of all, you have the right to do whatever the hell you want. This is America.
Well, what I'm saying is that's what I feel may need to happen for my people to have power again.
I don't think he understands it. Like, first of all, there are, Ethiopian Jews. Kanye's really pulling a fucking Israel out here, okay? making it seem like that's not a thing. Bilgren, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Secondly, saying I want an all-black company or saying I want a company that focuses on like black people in STEM is entirely different than saying I don't want a company with Jews in it. I don't know why he doesn't. It's not just Ethiopians, there are black Jews. Yes, I know.
Because when my people have been left under the media's control, we've been made sick. We've been allowed to be sick. We've been we're promoting sickness.
I think
Yeah, like great example. Support black-owned businesses, more like support non-Jewish-owned businesses. There's a difference between the two, right? Like, I don't know why he doesn't understand that. There's a major difference between the two. Especially when, like, support black-owned businesses doesn't mean don't support any other businesses either.
I think, at least in the engineering realm, I haven't met an engineer who happens to be black who would like to be called a black engineer. And when you have a company of all black people that are engineers, I don't know the creative arts, I apologize, but engineering, they really try to look at each other as humans and look at the problem. And you want to know, you want to have the confidence that everybody on the team is the best possible person for the job. You know?
What I can say is the world is sick, and I have slight images of utopia, slight images of happiness, slight images as a visionary and a creator.
Uh-oh.
And I know for a fact the way that business deals have been done for me are keeping the world sick.
Fix them. I see that's what you're trying to do. And you probably, listen, people should not doubt, yay. But I got to tell you, I have to be honest. This is silly because you don't know me, but it hurt when you say you don't trust me. You kind of lost me. I don't think anyone's ever said that to me. I don't know, man. Fuck that. I don't care about views or clickbait or any of that bullshit. I just thought you were one of the greatest artists ever. It'd be cool to talk to you. And I feel like you got pain you're working through. I never had anyone say that to me. Maybe I'm just being a mess about it, I guess. That's fucked up though. But maybe it's not. Maybe you shouldn't trust it. But I just haven't had that experience.
Yeah. Do you think I would trust anybody at this point in my life?
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. It's tough. I hear you. And it's also kind of good to see how much strength you got. You're not broken by any of this. You're under a lot of attack by a lot of people. You have a vision and you're trying to feel your way through it. And you might get destroyed for it. That's the human, that's the risk you take.
It's a wonderful life, though.
What do you hope your legacy is?
To be forgotten.
Do you think
That's bullshit. He does not want that. Okay, I'm done. I can't do the rest of this, bro. This fucking sucks. He like kind of shameful. It's a shameful thing to watch. And I also don't want to watch his advice for young people or regret. I want to do things that I will regret, except I never regret war crimes. Okay? Right. You will regret not subscribing at the top of the hour because an ad break is coming. At the top of the hour. Shameful on the host or Ye's side? No, it's even shameful on the host side for like getting fucking hosed down by Kanye, saying like insanely anti-Semitic shit, trying to push back at it, him refusing to fucking recognize it. Like, and then literally Kanye West openly fucking said to him, to his face, like, bro, I don't trust you. Saxy Panda Bear, thank you for the fucking 100 gifted subs. That was hard as fuck to watch, man. That's crazy. I don't think he would have done that if it wasn't Kanye West. Let's be real. I don't think he would have done that. He's just, no other person on the planet could just like be openly and agitatingly anti-Semitic to a Jewish man like that on their own fucking podcast. That's crazy to me. You know? Here's the 1 minute ad break now, by the way, boys.